The time is finally here. I've been waiting to do this for a long time. I know you guys have too. We're starting the bathroom remodel. And we're gonna go over the plan right now. So this is a pretty small bathroom, about 8 foot this way and 7 foot this way. And basically we're just gonna upgrade everything. Gonna do a new toilet, one that has a little smaller of a tank, more efficient for saving water. New vanity. And as far as the layout goes, the tub is staying in the same place, the toilet's staying in the same place. Probably going to do some cabinets or shelving up here for storage. This vanity, the plan is to take this heat and shorten it a little bit and push it this way and do like high efficiency heat, so we still get a good amount of heat in here. And then put a new vanity in, but because the window's right there, I want to turn it and put it against the wall and put a mirror right here with a light and an outlet. Because right now, the only outlet in here is right there. And what we do is run an extension cord, as you can see, up to here. So not the most efficient thing in the world. So we're gonna put an outlet next to the vanity mirror and a switch with a light. And then I'm gonna put a new bathroom fan in. That's gonna have a smart switch. So I'm gonna take that out, and I got a cool fan that like you can connect to Bluetooth with your phone, and you can play music, and you can change the light color. I'm pretty excited about the fan, guys. This fan I actually put in not too long ago, but the reason I'm changing it out is because it's not that powerful. I think it's like 50 CFMs, and I'm gonna replace it with 110 CFMs. I had to put this in when I first moved in because there was no switch here. And this is how you turn the lights on when you come in the bathroom. You open the door, and then you had to go around here, and there were two lights, here-ish and here-ish, that you had to turn on. It was either I think it was a twist switch or a pull switch. And that's how you turn the lights on in this, the only lights in the entire bathroom. You know, so I fixed that. Don't judge. This ceiling, just like all the other ceilings in my house, is this weird cardboard tile stuff. So that's gonna go. That's gonna be the first thing to go, in fact. And I'm gonna replace that with sheetrock. Other things, you can hear the squeaking in the floor. That's gonna be fixed. And this is all gonna be tile, real tile. And another thing that has been bothering me for a long time is how this floor is so out of whack. There's a big hump right here that I'm gonna tear this apart and figure that out and make it nice and flat. That hump makes it so that the toilet actually sits like this, and the toilet seat's all messed up from sitting on it and, you know, gravity doing its thing. Even the tank is, the water stain is like level and the toilet's not. It's just weird. The shower surround, all this stuff is coming out. The grab bar's gone. And then this is all gonna be tile right up to the ceiling. So this whole shower surround will be tile. Doing new fixtures all around. This one is so frozen that I actually keep a pair of pliers right here whenever we want to fill the tub up. So that's going to be fixed. Another thing that happens is when they did this bathroom, there's like no venting. So if you fill the tub up and drain it, the toilet bubbles. That's right, the toilet bubbles, because it's trying to get air from the toilet. I installed a new window not too long ago, so I don't have to worry about doing a new window. I'm just gonna trim it out, make it nice, Take off this stuff. All this paneling is gone. And I'm gonna try and reuse the sheetrock, but this wall I'm gonna take right out and re-insulate. And then I'll take the paneling off of the rest of the walls and kind of patch in where I have to and just try and save the sheetrock. I know that things are good on the other side of this wall because I redid that room not too long ago. So I'm not worried about mice chewed up wires or anything back there. That's usually why I take the walls off. So I'm gonna take this wall out, the sheetrock on this wall, because that's where the vent is gonna go from the basement with the plumbing down there. And then it's gonna go all the way up through the roof. That's gonna be my new vent. This tub is pretty much the only thing that's staying because it's a nice big tub. Obviously, it's a little gross right now, but I'm gonna have somebody come in and refinish it. They sand it all down, tape everything off, and they spray it, and it comes out like brand new. Okay, today's the day. It's finally here. And what we're gonna do is start by taking this ceiling down. I'm basically gonna work my way from the bottom, or from the top down. And also I need to get a pipe up this way for plumbing to get a vent out of the roof. So I gotta take the ceiling down to do that, plus to do this fan. And I gotta insulate all this. So I'm gonna wear a mask because I know I had a mouse problem. So we're probably gonna uncover all kinds of goodies up there. So let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. Let's do it. First thing I'm gonna do is take down all this molding. Well, that's not gonna be hard. I'm gonna take it off from all the way around, and then I'll take that fan cover down and start ripping these tiles down. I already tell this is gonna be fun. Look at all that. Ooh. Actually, it looks like a mix between just debris and just some mice poop in there. Lovely. Ow, that's hot. Ow. Oh, that's really hot. Okay, let's start pulling these tiles down. Let's see what we find. Sheetrock. Oh. I don't know if I like that. That sheetrock is in terrible shape. Looks like I'll be tearing that sheetrock down too. Yeah, just an extra step. Yeah, I was honestly not expecting to see sheetrock up there. The reason being is because every day for the last couple of years, taking a shower, there was that piece of molding missing. And the tile came out to like here, and I saw strapping, and I'm like, oh, good. I just have to rip the tiles down. There's no sheetrock up there, but guess what? There was a big gap with the sheetrock here. So, and you can tell this from this being a bathroom, and there was never a fan in here until I moved in. The moisture got to it, and it's kind of, wouldn't be surprised if it falls on my head. Especially over here, but I think this is a different issue. It's not good. So that right there is from a roof leak, I think. And on my roof, there's a spot where the two, this was an addition, and the bedroom over there was an addition, and there's a weird spot where the they connect, and I think at one point it was leaking and did all this damage. I'm pretty sure the leak is stopped, but I'm glad I'm doing this because that's black mold right there. So that's definitely got to go and get addressed. But my first surprise, always gonna find surprises when you start taking your house apart. Just know that. And you gotta, you know, fix it as you go. I'm not scared. You shouldn't be either. Let's keep going. So I got the tiles down and discovered there's sheetrock. So this is what I'm thinking, because also I noticed I had some water damage there, and obviously a nest of some kind, because every time we open and close the door, we have these little whirligigs and leaves and pine needles falling down. So I have a little bit more work up on the ceiling than I realized I would have, and what I need to do, God, that squeaky floor. What I need to do is rip down all the sheetrock and then rip out all the old insulation. That stuff's probably gonna fall right out. And I have to change this fan out and the vent pipe. I'm gonna replace that because I'm gonna replace that with insulated pipe because it's not insulated right now. And I don't wanna leave this all open because it's the winter time. I wouldn't want an open hole into the attic anyways. So since there's all that work to be done there, and I still have to run a new line for this fan because this is a 3-wire going this way and I only need a 2-wire, so I have to replace that line. One of these switches is for the light and one's for the fan. So the new fan, I'm only gonna need one switch, and it comes with its own switch. So what I'm gonna do, also, there's a lot of stuff here. I have to turn this wall into a 2x4 wall because right now it's a 2x3, and putting the door trim on and stuff is just gonna cause issues, and I have to put a smaller size box in there for the electrical stuff. So I wanna turn this into a 2x4 wall. So what I'm gonna do is tear this wall apart right now and put the line up wherever I need to. And I'm also debating switching the swing of this door so it opens this way instead of this way towards the toilet. But I wanna open that up and get a better look at it. And then that way, when I go to tear the ceiling out, at least I won't have to spend the time taking this wall apart in order to run lines and everything. I'll be ready to do it for when this gets opened up and exposed. So let's get to it. I can get rid of these. 2x3 wall. All right, just wanted to give you a quick update on the bathroom remodel. What's going on is I took all this tile down that was on the ceiling, and I don't want to take the sheetrock down yet. One of the reasons is because I don't want to deal with that just yet, but also I need to run some electrical and stuff, so I decided to rip this wall apart. But I need some advice. Do you think I should keep this door swinging the way it is, or should I move it over a little bit and have it swing the other way? On one hand, it's nice to have a line of defense when somebody accidentally forgets to lock the door, but it swings into the toilet, and it's a little awkward, I think, but maybe not. So what do you think? Should I change the swing of this door or leave it the way it is? Let me know in the comment section and keep on watching. So here's the plan. I reached out to you guys. I asked for your opinion on this door, if I should keep it the same, and for the most part it was split between keep it where it is, move it over, and then a lot of people suggested a pocket door. So though I think a pocket door would be kind of cool, I just have never really liked pocket doors. That's just my opinion on it, especially not for a bathroom. So I've decided that I am going to move this over. I'm going to change the swing to swing this way, and I'm going to take that box and put it on the other side. So when you open the door, you'll be able to turn the light switch on over here. So I'm going to use this stud here. I don't really have to change much framing. I'm just going to put another stud here. This is going to be my king stud, and this will be my jack stud that goes up to here. And that's going to be the start of the rough opening for the door. And then I'm just going to put two studs in here for the other side. And then I'm going to bump out this wall to make it a 2x4 wall afterwards. So that's the big plan for this video. And before I rip this door out, I'm going to do some things to prepare to make it easier to bump this wall out. Like if I bump this out an inch to make this a 2x4 wall, I don't want it to sit on the flooring, because eventually that flooring is going to be ripped up. So I'm going to cut this flooring just here to make it so I don't have to deal with that when the time comes. Same with the paneling. I'll either take all this paneling off, or at least to here, so when I put my piece of wood right here to bump this out, it doesn't stop me from tearing this paneling out and make it harder afterwards. Same thing on this side. So I'll do that, and then I'll take the door out and frame it. Num-nums. Okay, now I'm going to attempt to carefully take out this door trim so I can reuse it. I'm just gonna put it in temporarily afterwards. I'm just gonna make sure the rough opening is good for a new door, because I am gonna get a new door, but I'm not gonna get one right now because I want to do the flooring and have it sit on top of the flooring, and I need the sheetrock here in order to put the trim on. So I'm just gonna put this one back in temporarily. So I'm gonna very carefully cut around and try and sneak a Sawzall blade in here to cut the nails and take that out, and then reframe this and reinstall it. There was one. Somebody borrow my framing gun, so I guess I'm screwing this together, which isn't a terrible thing. So generally, the sizes of doors, if you have a 30-inch door, you want to make your framing about 2 inches bigger. So that'll be the rough opening. 32 inches for a 30-inch door. And that's what I have here. And it goes the same for the height. If the height is a 78-inch door, you go 80 inches. That's what works out for me anyways, from the finished floor. So, yes. And I'll cut my piece for here. Please don't split. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, instead of putting the door back in the way it swung before, even though it's temporary, I want to put the hinges on this side so I can know what it feels like, what it's gonna feel like to open up, and make sure it's good before we go closing this wall up. Oh yeah. Well, I think that is way better. That's gonna swing like this. And obviously this is temporary. I'll put my new box right here so you can turn the fan on as soon as you come in. And I still have enough room back here to put something like this light cabinet back here. I think that's way better. If you remember what it was like before, swinging into the toilet. Now, when you walk in, you can just open right up to the bathroom. Nice. Okay, I'm happy with that. Sweet. Now that I got the door all set and I'm comfortable with it staying there, I'm gonna bump this wall out to make it a 2x4 wall. Right now it's 2.5 inches. We want to make it 3.5 inches. So I'm going to rip down pieces at 1 inch. And as I said before in previous videos, the reason I'm doing that is to get a deep box in here to make it easier for wiring. And when you put a door that's meant to go into a 2x4 wall, if you put it in a 2x3 wall, you have some issues with putting the trim on one side, where when you go to put it on, you'll have like a gap, and then you'll have to fill in between the back of the trim. And I just don't want to deal with that. So I'm gonna bump that wall out, and then we're gonna rip off the rest of the paneling that we can, rip off any this paneling that we can. This wall, I'm leaving the sheetrock on this wall, but I'm gonna rip all the paneling off. So that's the plan for this video. Let's get to it. One inch. I actually have a bunch of scrap left over from the living room remodel, but some of it is kind of twisted, so it might bind the saw up. But we'll see how it goes. I actually did get my framing gun back, but I am gonna screw this together because I don't want to stir up a bunch of dust. Oh no, who measured that? That's better. This wall is officially done. Bumped out to a 2x4 wall. So now it's time to mask up, start doing some more demo. Well, looks like I might be replacing that sheetrock. Always find surprises. Well, because this is a nice little surprise for me, and I'm not going to be able to sleep at night knowing all this mold is in here, I'm going to rip this stuff out. So I am going to end up replacing this sheetrock. I don't think there's any saving that, no matter if I bleach it or not. Besides, the water got in here, rusted the nails, and that'll rust right through when I try and mud it and paint it. So I'm going to cut it about here. Take that out. I'll see what the backside looks like. I can spray that little section. If it's bad down there too, I'll take that out, but I'd like to avoid doing that. So I'll make a nice level line right here, cut that, take that piece out, and then I'm just gonna cut that mold out of there. So I'm gonna get it out and see what other awesome things I uncover. Ew. Ew. I don't like the looks of that paper. Okay, so this is the back side of the sheetrock. Pretty nasty, but I think a lot of this is like dirt, but there's definitely mold in there. So yeah, I'm glad I'm ripping this out. The insulation's not in bad shape at all. There you go. That light does weird things to the camera. Look at that, that's weird. Anyways, yeah, insulation looks pretty good. I'll tear that out and put some new insulation in when I go to do this outside wall. And more than likely, I'm going to take this piece off too and re-insulate all that, but right now I'm just trying to get all the mold out. So I'll take this piece out next and clean out what appears to be some kind of old nest. So didn't intend on dealing with that today, but that's what we're doing. Be very careful cutting this out. Try not to disturb too much. Surprise! Oh, gross. All solid. So if we take a closer look, all the decking boards are in good shape. There's no mold. That black is just from air weathering the wood. I took my pry bar and went around and see if there was any rot. There's no rot. And this is just stained. There's no mold on that. Insulation's in good shape. Some of this insulation had some mold on it, so I took that out. And there's my attic. Hey! You can see there's not much room for working up here, so it's another reason why I'm taking the ceiling down. I'm doing it that way, but okay, I'll put a piece of insulation in here, and I think that'll be good for now. And then, yeah, I guess I should probably clean this up. Gross. Might as well get these last two pieces off before I clean up completely. Love this tool. All right, this is where I'm gonna wrap up this video because I wanna clean this up and let it air out a little bit. I'm not taking my mask off just yet. I got rid of all the mold that was on the surface out here. It looks like this is good. I'll probably end up replacing all that insulation, taking this piece off too, but we'll see how it goes. I just wanted to remind everyone, if I didn't have just one bathroom, this entire thing would already be gutted. But since we have one bathroom, I have to keep it functional. You know, we have to keep using it. And I know that this would probably give some of you anxiety with a bathroom looking like this and still having to use it. But it is what it is. It's gonna be awesome when it's done. And this is like home to me. I love seeing things ripped apart and seeing how like old they are and how I'm gonna put the stuff back together and make it brand new. It's what I love. It's why I do this. So just wanted to remind you, this is our only bathroom. So it might look like I'm doing things a little wacky, but it's only because I'm trying to keep this bathroom 100% functional, or as close to that as possible. I'm gonna take the rest of the trim off here, the baseboard. I'll take this paneling down and that paneling, and then I want to expose the plumbing wall of this shower to see exactly what we're dealing with and to see if the plumber is going to have any issues with the plumbing. So I'm going to start there and see how far we get. Let's do it. Talking. I think I can get this paneling out from behind this toilet without removing the toilet. Let's see if it happens. If I pry up, I might be able to bend the nails enough so they'll come out of the wall and I can pull this straight up. I don't know. Oh! Look at that. Okay, I see something that is, or could be, good news. And that is new sheetrock. This is actually moisture board. You can see it's got the purple right here. See, it says resistant. That's moisture resistant. So they redid this shower, this surround, and when they did it, they must have taken this off. So that leaves me hopeful. Over here, same thing. You can see up here is purple. So I think they did that properly. So I'm really curious to see what they did behind here, to see if they insulated and everything. I have no idea what's going to be behind here, but we're going to find out down the line. But this is good to see. So I'm going to access this early, I guess, by taking this off, and that way the plumber can do his thing and I don't have to take the surround off. We can keep using the shower. So I'll take this off. Saving sheetrock like this is tough because half of these nails, like this one, isn't even in all the way, so I have to hammer that in, mud it. All of these little nail holes from the paneling, it's almost not worth saving this sheetrock, and that's why I did that in every other room in my house. But I'm gonna see how it goes and see if I can keep this stuff. I mean, I gotta patch these holes. I basically, like I said, I have to skim coat the whole thing. If you look over here, there's holes everywhere, you know, but is what it is. It's extra work, but then again, ripping it out and putting new sheetrock in is extra work too. So, well, let's take this off and see what's behind door number 1. See pipes. All right, let's take a look. Looks like we got new copper. And it goes to what's called PEX. It's like a plastic kind of pipe. So that's new-ish. And this board on the other side is how they accessed it, because that's moisture resistant. That was a good move that they made. I see no leaks. I see no rot. I see a little, you know, strange things down here, but that's fine. But I do also see access for the plumber to get his what's called trip and waste in here. So that'll be helpful. Can do some of that from up here. We're gonna have to go in that crawl space eventually anyways, probably at the same time. You can see it here. It's probably 3 feet tall. Yeah, this is a cast iron tub. Kind of interesting the way they built them. Kind of cool to see. I also see an acorn back there. More rodents. But I can also see insulation on the back wall, so that's good. So I think they insulated when they ripped that apart. And just, you know, a bunch of debris. So nothing too surprising, so that's good. That's what I wanted to see. Since we're looking at plumbing, let's look at the rest of the plumbing and we can see what we're dealing with here. Okay, this is the vanity. We have new PEX coming up, so that's a good sign. Might be able to reuse that, but we are not going to reuse that drain. That is some kind of wacky universal thing with electrical tape to copper. So that's going to be replaced. Let's take a look in the basement. So here is the main line coming into the house, or going out from the house, however you want to say it. And it is just kind of a mess. What's going to happen is about here, around there, we're going to break that and change it over to PVC, and everything that goes into that is going to be new. So what we have here is, this is the shower. It goes from the shower to a drum trap down to here and out, and then back here we have the toilet that comes down, comes over here and goes out. And I don't know if you saw the video, but I did a temporary repair on a pretty bad leak that I had right there, and you can see it's rusting through. And all of these spots, those white spots, that is the pipe rusting out from the inside. That comes from the kitchen, but we're going to replace that at the same time that we do all this, because we're changing over to PVC right here. And we need to add a vent to the laundry because that's done wrong. This right here is the sink in the bathroom, and you can see how it's kind of backwards. It shoots this way and then it has to come back down this way. It's kind of weird. And I opened up some sheetrock here so we could see what was going on. And there's another drum trap. That pipe in there comes from the sink, goes to the drum trap, goes down here, goes to this backwards pipe, and down and out to the street. And then when I took the sheetrock off, I tucked my head up in here, and I don't think you can tell on the camera, but this pipe is actually draining towards the sink, which is exactly the opposite thing that you want. You want, you know, water runs downhill, so you want it running pitched down to this thing. I don't even know how that's draining right now, to be honest with you. But regardless, all this stuff is going to be brand new down to like here, like I said, PVC, and then I won't have to worry about it after that. And if you're wondering about the crawl space access, it's right here. Yeah. Looks pretty fun, huh? 1,000 spiders. Okay, we're back, and I'm gonna stop pushing it off. I'm gonna take this ceiling down. I don't want to because it's gonna be gross, but I'm doing it. So in order to not cause as much dust, or cause as little dust as possible, I'm gonna cut this in sections, and I'm gonna use this saw that I love so much, because if I used like a Sawzall or something, it has a motor that kicks up the dust. It's basically like a fan blowing dust all over the place. So I'm also going to cut one bay at a time and insulate as I go, so I don't lose all my heat. And then over here, actually, this is, there's a beam right here, because actually where that white sheetrock is, or drywall, that is where the original house was, and the rest of this is an addition. So I can actually access that from the attic. So I'm gonna do that first. I'm gonna go up in the attic, take out the old insulation, if there's any left in there, and then clean it all up, get all the cuckas out of there, and insulate that. So when I pull this down, it'll be new fresh insulation, and that'll be one less step. So I can do from there all the way here to where that seam is. And then the rest of this, I'll be cutting out and insulating as I go. The insulation is kind of sort of temporary. Right here with the addition, these are 2x4 ceiling joists. So I'm gonna use R15. R value is the measure of basically how thick it is and how much insulation it's gonna give you. But you don't wanna use anything that doesn't match. Like if I used R30 up here, the insulation is gonna be higher than the actual ceiling joist, and there's going to be gaps, 1.5 inch gap in between. So what I'm going to do is do R15 right here, which is 4 2x4s, and then I might end up doing blown in insulation on top of that, or I might peel the insulation down and try and put R30 across and then peel it back up. But I'm just putting this insulation in for now, just so I don't lose all my heat, like I said. And over here, they're 2x6, so I'm gonna do R19, and I can just put R30 over those anytime I want, because I can access that. So that's the big plan. All right, open the attic, and here's some old insulation that I pulled out of here. But that is the bathroom right there, the section that I was showing you, and then that's the rest of it. So really not that easy to access. You can see I tried to tuck some insulation in there at some point, but yeah. So I'm gonna insulate this. I measured how far that goes, so I'll do this from up there and then do the rest from down there. I think it's time for a time lapse. What do you think? All right, there is a big step done. It's funny, you can tell it's sound deadening with all this insulation up here. So I didn't have many surprises. Cutting up the pieces in, you know, small sections was a good idea, and taking them straight down, because that minimized the amount of debris that fell, because there was a lot of mice poop and everything else on the other side, and then I could throw it right in the trash and get rid of it. So that worked out well. The only surprise I found was, you know how I said this was a 2x4? These were 2x4s. They're actually, every one of them is a 2x6 except for this last one, and that's the only one I exposed, so that's why I thought it was a 2x4. So this is the wrong insulation for this, but I still have to pull out this section of insulation and do my fan, do my wiring, and then do some wiring over here for the vanity. So I'm going to end up redoing the insulation anyways. This is just so I don't lose all my heat, because it is winter. All right, guys, let's talk about drywall. So I ripped out the ceiling. I ripped out this section here that was moldy. I'm going to end up ripping this out on the back to insulate. I'm going to rip the shower surround out so I can tile. I ripped this out so we can access the plumbing. I ripped this wall out so that I can bump it out to a 2x4 wall and change the swing of the door. So now I just have this piece and these pieces left. And you know what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna rip them out. Here's why. For the amount of work that I'm gonna put in to finish these, I'm gonna have to put in, and I mentioned this in one of the other episodes, I'm gonna have to smash in these nails. There's so many nail holes from the paneling, and I'm gonna have to do these seams, and these are vertical seams, which I never do because it's one seam all the way up. When they're staggered, you can make it look nicer, have a nicer finish. And if I rip this out, I'll be able to put insulation in here just for sound between the bathroom and the bedroom. And over here, I think I can actually gain some room back there and push the toilet back further, because it looks like they bumped this wall out for whatever reason. And I think it's because they wanted to get lights in here without tearing into the sheetrock that was there. That could be the case. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing. So since I'm ripping everything out, let's just do it. Let's take this drywall down. I'll take this heat off. That's going to be moved over to there. So I'll take this off, and then I'm just going to rip this out. So everything, all the drywall in here will be brand new. And another reason, I have to put my electrical in here, so it's going to be way easier than cutting a hole and snaking it down. There's just so many reasons to not leave it here. So that's it. A couple of you mentioned it, and I really started thinking about it, and you're right. Let's just get rid of it. Plus, here's another reason. The new board that I can put on here is for moisture. If you put just regular drywall in here, it could actually soak up the moisture and develop mold and stuff. So I'll put moisture board here in place of this. So that's the plan. Let's get to it. Taking the cover off of forced hot water baseboard heat like this is achievable if you're very careful. You don't want to disturb the pipes too much. So you just like lift up on this thing, take that right off, and then pull this off. Easy peasy. And then on the back side here, there's some nails. So you gotta get those out without disturbing the pipe too much. Just start them like that. Do that. And just like that. Bend these down. some pieces in here so it doesn't move too far from where it was. Should probably get my mask. Oh boy. I don't quite know what's going on up there. And obviously I just want to be careful taking this piece off and not disturb that pipe too much. What I could do, once I get to this point, now I'm just going to kind of try and use the piece to leverage itself up. Just like that. Boom. Well, that was pretty quick and easy. Take that stuff off. Now the whole wall is drywall-less. There wasn't any mold or anything down there, or if there was, it's gone now. Actually at the bottom, yeah, that doesn't look great. I don't know if it's mold or not, but it's definitely water damaged. So this right here is the edge of the old house. You remember when I said this piece of drywall was the old house? Well, this was the corner of the old house, and they put a double in here, and that's what supports this beam that goes across, that carries the ceiling joists. And this is wind bracing. I think those were basically for before you would sheathe a house with plywood. You would have like 8-inch or 10-inch boards that went horizontal across the entire outside of the house, which didn't have the shear strength that plywood does. And shear strength is so stuff can't twist. So if there's a strong wind or a hurricane that comes and blows on your house, these were to help stop it from kind of falling over, basically. But now we have plywood where, you know, 4 feet by 8 feet, you have nails, and it just gives your house more shear strength. So I'm pretty sure that's what those were for. Kind of a cool little thing that you're definitely going to find in an old wood construction house. Moving on. Now for this wall, I'm not sure what to expect, but I can tell that behind here there is another layer of sheetrock, and it's bumped back about 1 inch. So like I said, I think they did this afterwards and they just bumped this whole wall out so they could sneak wires down. Obviously those lights are gone, so I'm curious to see what we find. I'm going to be careful because I don't want to find too many things, so I'll take that first layer of sheetrock off and make an assessment from there. Well, see guys, I screwed myself with the nailer here. Why did I do that? Because I didn't know I was ripping the sheetrock off. Alright, let me get a screw gun. There we go, that's better. Okay, just because I'm curious, I'm going to cut out a little piece of drywall right here to see, I don't know, to see what's back there. Yep, it's official. I have no idea why they bumped this out 3/4. So I'm just gonna take these pieces off. There's behind here, I measured from here over to here, there is a stud there. And then I measured from here to there, and there is a stud there. So I'll be able to get sheetrock screws through. I'm just gonna leave this drywall, and this is even with the drywall. So I'll go over this drywall. I might have to put a piece in here depending on how crooked the wall is, but that's about it. Don't know why they did that. All right, I got my piece back in here. No idea why they did this. If I had to guess, it was probably to run the lights, but if you have any ideas, leave me a comment. Got that drywall down, and I should just clean this up. It's a new day, and I think today I want to run some electrical. So I'm gonna put my box here. That is gonna be for my switch for my fan. And then I'm gonna do the box for the outlet and the switch here above the vanity. And then the light box right here. And then I'll run my wire for the fan and just leave it there for now. I don't wanna take that out just yet. But I wanna run that stuff, and that'll make me feel like I'm getting somewhere. So let's do it. Now I do wanna say this before I start, that I'm not a licensed electrician, and I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about the electrical because I think it's really something you should be careful with, and I don't want to be the spokesperson for do-it-yourself electrical. So just be careful if you're doing it, and it's always a good idea to have a licensed electrician. But with that being said, let's get it going. Let's start with the switch. I'm going to use nail-on boxes. Quick little tip is these tabs right here are supposed to be your guide. They're really about 3/8 of an inch. So I hold them a little past on the stud, but that's a guide for, you know, your sheetrock's gonna come up here, and that'll be your finished edge. A good rule of thumb is to measure other switches in your house to see where they are from the floor. So I measured my other ones. They were about 44 inches to the bottom. Really simple. You just hold your box here on that line, use those tabs as a guide, and nail it on. Easy peasy. See, I would have had to get a more shallow box if I didn't bump this out for a 2x4 wall. And I want this deep box because the wires I'm using in here are a little thicker. But we're not going to go into too much detail about that. So I'm putting a 36-inch vanity right here, and I'm going to be reusing this hole for the heat. So I'm going to measure about 1 inch off of that heat and go this way 36 inches, and that's going to tell me where my vanity is going to be, and then I can measure off so I can put my box here and my box here for the light. Right here. Right about there. Just going to plumb this line up. By the way, if it's horizontal, you're leveling something. If it's vertical like this, you're plumbing something. So that's the edge of my vanity. And then the height is 34 inches. Just so I know. So I plumbed my line all the way up here. So I know that this is the edge of my vanity. And now, since it's a 36-inch vanity, I can measure off of here 18 inches, and that will be the center of my vanity. So when I put my light there, it'll shine dead center down on the sink. So measuring off of that line, I know that 18 inches is dead center of this bay. So I'm not gonna have an issue when it comes to putting this box in afterwards. So I'm basically gonna run the wire from this box and drill over here and curl it up right here and sheetrock right over it. And then afterwards, once the vanity's set, I can get my exact center, measure up here, cut the hole for the box, and I use an old work box. The difference is this is a new work box because it has nails. So you nail it to a stud, and the old work boxes are the ones that you put in and you screw these little ears that flap out and they sandwich themselves against the drywall. So that's what I'm going to use here, and that way it'll be dead center. But I know I have no studs in the way. It's not going to cause me an issue when I go to do that. Got my boxes on, and it's time to run wires. In simple terms, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have a line coming up from the basement here, and then power is going to go into here, and then it goes to a switch that goes out to my vanity light, and there's going to be a plug here that has power, and then that power is going to go up and over to this switch, and then from there the line goes up and over to the fan. So those are the lines I have to run, and I'm going to start with the one that goes down to the panel. Now, looking in the basement, you can get an idea of where things are down there by looking for something like this pipe. And when I went in the basement, I could see that there's no chance that if I drilled in here that I could get the wire through, because there's framing down there stopping me. But I think I can go this way and drill down here and run the wire that way. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use a brand new 1/2-inch paddle bit. These things are awesome. Right about here. Make sure I grab a spool long enough to get to the panel, and I'm going to just stick this down there and see where I'm at. If you remember from another episode, here's all the plumbing for the bathroom. And if you go up here, there's my wire. That worked out perfect. And that's the pipe. And you can see the framing there that would not allow me to run that wire. So I'm just gonna grab the wire, and I'm gonna, ooh, hot. Those are heat pipes. I'm gonna have to go up there and uncoil it and push it down, but my plan is to run all along that joist on the back there, over here, and the panel is right here. And then I'm just gonna let it hang right there so I can get an inspection. What do you guys think of this? Pretty nice, huh? The old toilet was right here, and they hacked it right out, and then they left the old stack. So, probably going to be revisiting that in a future episode. But for right now, I'm running electrical. And that is more than enough. Curl it up and leave it right here. And now I'm going to start stapling the line from the panel back to the bathroom. This could be tricky. hopefully I can use these existing holes. Staple here. Loop this up like this, and I'm going to put a staple in very loosely so I can pull it out when I open this up afterwards. But this is just to keep it away from the when I hang the drywall. I'm not going to staple this one just yet, but for this next one, typically what I would do is go up and then over this way down to the switch. But there's that beam right here that's holding up the ceiling, and I really don't want to drill through that. I probably could, but you know what? I'm just gonna not mess with it. So I'm gonna end up going this way and then down and not going into the ceiling yet. So that's my plan. But drilling through this is going to be tricky. Let's see. I'm going to try and go even. Make all the holes even. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. So, my drill bit only goes to here, so I'm almost there, but what I need to do is put this in here and then use an extension just to get through the rest of the way. There we go. Pretty cool, huh? Again. I always label my wires, so don't forget where they go. This one goes to the box. I can curl these up there. I just want to tuck these in enough where when I do my drywall, it hangs right over this, and my roto zip can get in here and cut this out without cutting any wires. That's good. All right, so I got my main line coming up, goes into here, Wires are all tucked in. Got a line going out to the vanity light. Then we got wire coming down here to the switch. Then the power goes back up here, again in simple terms, and then comes back over here, and we'll go to the fan. Like I said, not gonna hook that fan up just yet, but at least the wire's there, and we're ready to roll. All right, things are gonna start to get a little trickier because I'm ripping this vanity out, which means I'm not gonna have a sink in here until it's almost done, basically. And then I'm gonna rip out this wall and insulate it. So I'm gonna have to put plastic up for the shower and everything. So it's gonna get a little trickier having one bathroom right now. So to start, before I even rip this out, I wanna shut the water off. So I'm hoping that these shutoffs actually work. So these look like new shutoffs, which is good. Sometimes older ones don't end up working. So I'm just gonna make sure these work. And look at that. I actually have a leak. So good timing, I guess. So let's see. We'll run the hot water. Shut it off. Oh, that's a good sign. Well, let's shut them both off. I think we're good. Let's make some room. Get the drain out of the way. Oh. Oh, it just came right out of there. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. That's bad. Okay, that's gone. I'm gonna carefully take these pieces off. There's gonna be some water that comes out, but it's fine. No water. Okay. Next. I think we're good. So I let that sit for a couple minutes just to make sure they're not leaking, and they're not, so they're good. If they were leaking, I would end up having to find a different shutoff in the basement for them, or shut all the water off and then cut them and put a new shutoff here or cap them. But mine are good, so I'm good to go. Take this vanity out. So usually these sinks are held down with silicone, and you just got to get a pry bar under here and pry it up. Not mine though. Just gonna tuck a paper towel in the drain just so I don't get any bad stuff in my plumbing system. And I'm curious about this patch in here. It looks like when they did the new plumbing, they put like a patch back in here, so I might be able to take these screws off and just let this drop out, and I won't have to cut around the pipes. So let's try that. Yep. I heard something drop. No, I don't really know what that did. I'll attach it from the wall. try this again, because I think this is dropping. Oh, there we go. Cool. Now I should be able to lift this thing right up and over. Because I don't want these things, they're not attached down there. Just because I don't want to move it all over the place. I'm just going to tape this so it doesn't. There we go. Perfect. Well, that's it. No sink for a while. Okay. I have to use the kitchen sink. Time to rip off the last of the drywall in here. It's a good thing, because I see mold. It's a bathroom. That happens, I guess. Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's see what we got. We got decent insulation here, but that's probably, it doesn't really have an R value on it. It's probably R13 or smaller. I'm going to put R15 back here. Plus, you got mold on the vapor barrier. Vapor barrier is all ripped up. This is just kind of tucked in there, kind of crazily. And we got a mice nest or some kind of rodent's nest. So gonna have to take care of that. And this 2x4 stops right here. So I'm gonna have to get some framing in there so I can have something to screw to right here. So I'll have to fix that. So all this insulation's coming out. You can see here, these are older windows. They used to have the weights in them, and they took the weights out, but they never insulated in here. And I can feel the breeze coming through the big gap. Same thing on the other side. So that insulation is going to come out. Let's investigate this nest. Hope nobody's home. Ew. Ooh. Gross. You know what? I don't even know how this 2x4 is attached. I think it might just be attached to the drywall. And that's it. Because I don't see any screws going up. Who knows how they did it. So, let's take this wall out. Like I said, it's getting a little tricky. Now I'm going to have to put some plastic up for when we need to use the shower. But hey, it's a bathroom remodel, right? Well, there's my answer. Blocks. So we got that ripped off. I'm gonna keep this for now. The plan is I'm gonna re-insulate this and insulate this properly, hook up that fan and everything, and so we'll get an electrical inspection, then we'll get an insulation inspection, and then I can rip this stuff out and we can hang the ceiling, start putting drywall back on, put the concrete board on for the shower, and I think things are really gonna start moving along. So because this insulation is not the best, we're going to take it out and we're going to put brand new stuff in and get it all sealed up. That's what we're going to start with anyways. So how about a time lapse? Insulation gone. Everything looks really clean. No mold. No rot anywhere, which is great. So this piece that I was talking about in a previous episode, it just kind of hangs there. So I'm gonna need to put a 2x4 there. I'll probably put another one, you know, put one down here and then one beside it all the way up. And I'll probably take this piece out so I can insulate right in there. And then over here, I ended up taking this apart because I'm gonna have to redo these nailers because that's just not gonna work for me. So I'm gonna put a 2x4 from the bottom all the way up, and I wanted to take this piece out so I could get to the screws to take those off, and I found wires. So I'm gonna have to be very careful not to get those wet in the meantime. And when I go to put my backer board on, whatever I use, I gotta make sure not to screw into those. I'll put some plates up here so I don't. It's not ideal to have wiring behind here. I know there's like an outlet for the kitchen right here, but there's nothing I can do about it. But luckily this all gets waterproofed, and as long as it doesn't leak, I'll be good. And then up here, I can see my soffit for my kitchen. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna take these pieces off and then insulate behind there, put a 2x4 on for my nailer, and then insulate this and insulate the rest of the wall. Okay. I'll make sure there's no nails that are going to be in my way for the 2x4. I can measure for my insulation. Take it in there. You want the vapor barrier, which is this paper, to face the heat source. Tuck that in there. Nice and even. It's actually out a little bit, but when I put my 2x4 here, it'll snug it in. This stuff will expand a little bit, fluff it up, and I can measure for my 2x4 to put in there for a nailer, so I can have something on the edge to nail my concrete board or backer board or whatever I'm going to do for the shower. I'm going to reuse this block and put it here so I have something to screw to on the bottom, because I'm not going to be able to get anything down there. Start these there and on the bottom. Somebody did ask if you're able to touch this stuff with your hands, and I would recommend not touching it. You can, they just might be itchy. Not the best thing to do, but it's really hard to work with this stuff with gloves when you're doing stuff like this. When I do the rest of the wall, I'll definitely wear gloves. There we go. Now I can put my block in, and I won't be crushing the insulation. The reason you don't want to crush the insulation is because once you crush it, it's not as effective. You lose R value. So it needs that space to insulate. Perfect. Let's see if I can actually get this thing in here. It's going to be tight. That's probably why they didn't put it in to begin with, because this could be a pain. Got it. Now let's take care of this one. That's much better. We got some nice solid nailers there, studs all the way up. Now we can insulate. Time lapse. Much better. Nice and clean, brand new insulation. That wall is done. Nailers are all set. Everything's insulated. Vapor barrier. I chose to use the faced insulation, which is this paper. I'm going to do the ceiling with unfaced like it is, but you know, I got to add some up top, and then I'll do plastic as a vapor barrier up there. This is great. Speaking of plastic, I got to put a piece here so we can actually take a shower. So I want to get an electrical inspection so I can start covering up this with drywall. So what I have to do is eliminate the old wiring, that plug, and the fan. We're going to lose the fan in here and the light for a little while, but that's how it goes. So we're going to start with this one. Whenever you're working on anything electrical, it's always a good idea to have a tester like this. What it does is it tells you if there's a live circuit. It lights up red. Sometimes they beep, and you can see this one's live. Also has a green indicator, so I'm gonna go down and shut that off. Luckily the breaker is labeled. If it's not, I could run an extension cord down to the basement with a light or something, and when I flip breakers, if the light shuts off, I know it's that circuit. Or, of course, I can have somebody up here yelling at me, telling me if it goes off. But let's go shut it off. I'm gonna flip this breaker, and that should be off now. Yep. Circuit's off, lights off, and in fact, that light is off too. So it's all tied together. So that's good. We can eliminate that circuit completely probably. But let's go up in the attic and see where it goes. You can see the white wire here goes out to the fan, and then it goes over here and is actually tied to that junction box. So that's going to be easy to disconnect, the fan anyways. Now the other one is right there, and that comes up and goes elsewhere. That's the one I'm going to start with because that's the one that's going to be the trickiest. So let's try and follow it and see where it goes. So far it goes here, under here, and then it goes underneath. So I'm going to have to take some boards up and see where it goes from there. Man, there is no insulation anywhere. I should probably take care of that at some point. So you can see the wire, you just barely see it right there, and it goes under and keeps going there. So I'm just gonna keep chasing it. All right, I found it right here. So 2 wires go in here. That's where the plug goes down, and then another wire comes up, and I followed that wire, and that's actually the wire that goes to the junction box. But then this super old wire, metal sheathing, goes over here and goes down over there. So what I'm hoping is to completely eliminate this entire junction box, but I'm not sure if I can just now, because this might be power coming up to feed that outlet down in my office area, because I'm assuming that's where it goes. But I think the thing to do is to go directly under this and see what's down there. I'm guessing an outlet, and we'll have to take it apart and see what it's all about. So we're in the very dark bathroom, and then we come out here, and I'm pretty sure this is our culprit. So I've made sure that it does not have power, and I'm going to take it apart and see what's going on. Whee! All right, so it looks like it's just those 2 wires, which means I'm going to lose this outlet, but I'm going to be able to potentially eliminate the junction box in the attic, and that to me is more important because I can add an outlet later on down the road. So what I'm going to do is just disconnect it from here and pull the wires up. Hopefully there's no staples that'll stop me from pulling these wires up. I think this was probably added afterwards, so there's probably no staples. Okay, let's see if we can pull those up. Got one. And 2. Easy peasy. So let's reassess. Got those 2 wires out, and them there only being 2 wires there, that tells me that there was no power coming from there. One of them goes to this junction box, one goes down to that plug, and then that wire, the white wire, goes off to the fan. So this is where the power comes in. So what I'm going to do is take that junction box apart and just cap this wire, because I don't even want to disturb it in the wall down there. So we're all set upstairs, and I hooked up my temporary light switch for in here. I even got my charger, and goes up and into the other room because I'm not going to have electrical in here for a while. So what I did was that junction box led into my office area, and that is the only plug left on a line that comes from the panel. So I'm just going to leave the breaker off because I don't trust that old wiring, and I will fix that some other time. But I should be able to pull this wire right out. Sweet. Now I'm gonna take this fan out. Bulb's not hot this time. Huh. I don't know why I ran it that way. Who knows? Okay, leave that up there. Should be able to come down now. There it is. All set. And the plan now is to put in this new fancy fan. First thing I got to figure out is where I want to put it. And basically, I don't really have a center to this room. I could measure off this wall and that wall, and then this wall and that wall, and put it dead center. But then it might look off from the shower center, from here to there. And if I put it there, it'll look off center of the entire room. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it right where the other one was. Right up in this bay, in between these two pieces of strapping. So let's get to it. So let's see what we got. This is a Home Networks bathroom vent. It has Alexa built-in technology, so we can listen to music and take a shower. So that's pretty awesome, and I'm excited about that. I also liked the design of the light. Nice and simple. Put that aside, we won't need that for a while. And here's our fan. Yeah, it's pretty heavy duty. Oh, cool. So there's the speakers. So I'm going to have to attach these brackets. Slide these brackets in. Okay. The other side is just one. Is right here. So basically, this edge right here needs to be even with the drywall ceiling. So I need to hold it a 1/2 inch, because I'm using 1/2 inch drywall, a 1/2 inch lower than the strapping that I have there. And then these you nail into the joist, and then there's holes right in here for screws to attach so these don't move around. And that's basically it. It's got a pretty easy connection. It's a quick connect. Just pop the wire in here, and yeah, should be ready to roll. All right, so I'm not gonna lie, that wasn't as easy as I thought it was gonna be. And I don't do these every day, so I should have stopped and thought about this, but I struggled. What I should have done, let me show you what I should have done, is I should have made a jig where I put a piece of drywall here, because this needs to be even with the drywall. and then I put a piece of drywall here, attach them to the strapping, and then put a piece of plywood like this. And then I could have dropped the fan in from the back, dropped it right on there, and then situated these brackets where they needed to go. Instead, I struggled, and I'm usually really cool, calm, and collected, but I broke down a little bit. Oh, lovely. Oops. Ah. Ah. And how am I going to reach this? This is the dumbest thing ever. Oh yeah. Okay, we'll just keep that screw there for now. I'm human, it happens, so try not to do that. Try and think it through. I'm trying to rush and get this bathroom done. Let's slow it down a little bit and think and be smart. So those are the basics. You want this to be even with the finished ceiling or drywall, and you need these brackets to hold this up here, and you want it square against the walls, and put these little screws in here to stop it from moving back and forth. And that's how you install a fan like this. All right, let's roll out this wire. Let's hook up the power. Don't lose that screw. I'll put it right there. Ooh. I'm gonna put one of these on first. Make sure that's tight. Probably tighten it with some pliers. Now I can put this thing on, and I'll tighten this right away. Now these things are really simple. You just take them and push them in, just like that. They're called quick connect for a reason. Just gonna tie black to black, white to white, and the green goes to the ground. Okay, now I can tuck all these in. There we go. Now I'm just going to put a staple right here. On the vent, it's got this piece that just slides on here. All right, let's do the vent. I'm going to replace this with insulated vent. I'm going to need to attach it to here, so I need to access this. So I'm going to take this piece of strapping and cut it half on the joist and then put it back up afterwards, just so I can work a little easier. Nice. Okay. because I don't want to mess with this out here, and I'm not going to be able to get insulated duct all the way out. What I'm going to do is cut it right here and put a piece on, and then put my insulated duct as far as I can to here. So let me get a measurement. I think my insulation will be about 36. So I'll cut that. So here's the new ductwork. It has insulation, and I'm just going to tuck it up here, connect it to the fan first. There. Nice. Okay, now the insulation is tucked up like that. Cut this about here. And that's how you cut that stuff, just with a knife. And then there's a wire in here that you cut with some snips. I'm going to put one of these in here. Everything looks good in there, no mold or anything. Now I can take my insulation, tuck it as far as I can this way. Look at that. That right there is perfect. Put this piece back up. All right, fan is installed, and I tucked some insulation in there just to, you know, make it so I don't lose my heat, but in a way that you can still see the wire so they can inspect it. And the only other thing that I want to do for an inspection is how these go through the studs. You typically want to go in the middle of the stud if you can. Here, I wasn't really able to, so this is a little close to the edge. And I don't know if they're going to say something about that, where if I do drywall, I might be able to screw into this wire. So I want to put some nailing plates right here, just to make sure that I don't. This is all they are. Plates with some spikes. Okay, here's the plan. This floor has been driving me nuts. It's all squeaky. I showed you guys before, there's a huge hump right here. I want to tear this up and figure out what's going on with this floor and make a decision on what I need to do to fix it. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to tear up this layer here. It's just 1/4 inch Luan plywood and some rolled vinyl floor. So let's get to it. I'm going to use a Sawzall and just very carefully, just with the tip of the Sawzall blade, cut through just this 1/4 inch in vinyl. If I cut through a little bit on the piece underneath, not a huge deal. So here we go. All right, so I got the floor ripped up, and this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to put some pieces in here to make this even, right? So I ripped this piece down. We'll just use this as an example. And what I would do is do quarter-inch backer board, and then do the tile on top of that. And then that would make this nice and level. But when I do this, and then I do this, that is just too much of a step up. That's just a little ridiculous. That's probably 1.5 inches. And it might be a little bit more, considering I'm using thin set for both the backer board and the tile. I am eventually doing flooring over this. I'm not going to rip this up. Like I said, eventually I'm going to do that, but even at that, if I did flooring, it'd probably be similar to this size, and there'd still be a pretty big step up. So, unfortunately, what I'm going to have to do is rip up this floor. This is 3/4 inch on top of 3/4 inch. So there's, you know, the main floor underneath it. So I'm going to have to rip this stuff up and see what's going on. I know that right here you can tell, because that's where the beam is, that is the old house, and what's happening is this is just sinking. And I went in the basement and looked, and there's no real jacking it up over there and making it level. It's just because it's level on the other side of the house, and then on this side, if I jacked it up, that other side of the house would be way out of level. So basically what I'm gonna have to do is tear this 3/4 up and then do something like that on top of that floor, and then I'll be closer to where I need to be. So that's what I'm gonna do. Now, as the layers are peeled back, I can really understand what's going on here. So this is the old house, like I said, and it is dipping, like old houses do. It's dipping towards the middle of the house. This new addition is perfectly level. Well, for the most part. It's pretty level. And what they did was they took 5/8 plywood and they ran it up over the old floor to meet 3/4 inch. And it looks like at some point they actually shaved the 3/4 to match up to the 5/8. So they still had the dip here, but they tried to make it even, which I commend them. It's not a bad idea. But this floor just dips way too much down there. So what I'm thinking that I can do, I cut all around the tub here, and I think 1/4 inch backer board plus the tile will actually cover this tub. I can do something about that if it doesn't, but I run 1/4 inch backer this whole way, and now if you look, so this is way out, but if I put this on top of the 3/4 original floor, it's perfectly level. Same thing over here. Perfectly level. So that is where my backer will run. I'll cut pieces to basically under this level. How you can see it gets skinny here and bigger down there. I'll cut pieces, probably 12 inches, and then I'll fill that with thin set, which is what I'm going to use to put the backer down and screw it. And I'll screw it right into the pieces that I put down. And then I'll put the tile on top of that. And that's going to be way more tolerable because it'll probably end up being about there, which is not bad because, like I said, I am adding flooring out there at some point. So yeah, I'm glad I took this off. I didn't want to, but really that's the only way to do this without having an 1.5 inch step up into the bathroom, which is unacceptable for me. But so when we go to do the toilet, that's probably the first place I'm going to do this. I'll have the plumber come in, he'll take that out right away, and then I'll take out the sheetrock that's behind the toilet, or drywall. I keep saying sheetrock and drywall. It's basically the same thing. I think drywall is the proper term. But then I'll take all this floor out, do my pieces, fill it in with thin set, put the backer down, and screw it in, and then I can walk on it, I can do whatever while it dries, but then I think he can use tile pieces to kind of put his flange where it needs to be, and then we can shim the toilet temporarily until I do the tile here. So, yeah. A lot of work, but gonna totally be worth it. Now, before we wrap up this video, most of this squeak is gone, but let's get rid of that squeak. Put some screws right into the floor joists. And before I put the backer down, I'm going to do that to every single one of these boards. Today is going to be a pretty big day. We're doing some plumbing. I'm waiting for the plumber to get here, and we're going to rip this toilet out and redo all the pipes that you saw in the basement. And my job, besides helping him out with whatever he needs, is I'm going to have to fix this floor. So I know there's rot under here. It's not going to be great. My plan is to take all this stuff down to here and then level the floor out, put the backer board on, and he can put his flange back on and get the toilet back on for now until I do the tile. But before we take this toilet out, I just want to show you. Look at that. Look at how far off that is. That's where it should be. That's pretty bad. So we're going to fix that and see how far we get with everything else. We might get the pipes up here for the vanity and get the shower all hooked up and everything. We'll see how it goes. Look at that. Just from years and years of leaking. Really bad. Okay. I'd say that's pretty clogged up. So glad I'm replacing this, because it is full of stuff, and that is what holds all the water in there and just rots it all out from the inside out. Can you lift it up just a little bit? There you go. Yeah, pull yours out. Oh, watch the pipe. Yep. Come down and rotate. Yep. So I just wanted to show you how close this pipe was to leaking. I already hammered this little spot. That was my patch. That wasn't going to last too much longer, but this right here, you're not supposed to be able to do that, cast iron pipe. So any of these little spots, yeah. So if you have a cast iron pipe and you see stuff like this, leave it alone and call a plumber. Let's start patching. I'm gonna cut this half on with the floor joist. Get right there. It's like a jack in the box. Where's it gonna go? Oh, there it goes. Construction adhesive. Now I can screw down all the remaining boards just to tighten them up. So that was a long day. All of the old drain pipe has been ripped out and we got brand new PVC everywhere. That's a temporary hanger, don't worry. But yeah, this just looks so much cleaner. And basically I had a ticking time bomb on my hands with that other cast iron drain pipe. We got this capped off. That's going to be over to the vanity. We still got a bunch of stuff to do, but the toilet is hooked back up, the shower is hooked back up, the kitchen sink is hooked back up, and we got the PVC attached to the cast iron. We get some cleanouts, just way better. So here's one of the vents that's going to go up and grab the vent for the shower and the vent for the vanity, and that's going to be vented out the roof. But I have the toilet set up temporarily. That's going to be my floor height, and as you saw, I had to rip pieces to make this floor level, because there is no it's kind of hard to explain in the basement, but there's no real jacking it up to where this side of the floor will be level and the other side of my house will be level. So this is what I decided to do here, and I'm going to do the same thing on the rest of the floor here. So before the plumber comes back and does his thing, continues the drain pipe over here, I wanted to take the time to fix this. So my bathroom is probably about right here, and right here there used to be a toilet, is what I'm gathering. And what they did was hacked it out, and they just let it sit there. And then this, all the weight was pulling down on this thing. So now there's a gap up here, that's sinking, and I want to just put a joist in here, take that bracket off, put a joist in here, and just take some of the load off of this. And if that pushes the floor up at all, I want to do it now, because eventually I'm going to fix this anyways. But if I don't fix it now and I go to fix it later, and I have tile in this bathroom that, like I said, is right here-ish, then I'm going to pop some tiles or do something. But I'm hoping just at least to cut this back right here, half on the outside box, or the outside sill, I meant. Cut that old joist and then run a new one all along here to raise this up. So I gotta get rid of some stuff here, and we're just gonna go for it and see what happens. Ew. Whoops. Okay, that scared me. And yes, this is an integral part of this construction. Gotta leave the hand there, holding the house up. So I just realized to myself that there's no way I'm getting anything in there to cut that. So I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna put some pieces here and jack this up to where I think it should be, and then I'm gonna put the piece from there and have it sit on the beam, and then I'm gonna timber lock it, which are lag bolts. I'm gonna glue it nail it and timber lock it all the way down. And even though it's not going to be sitting on anything over here, it's going to be a whole heck of a lot better than what's here. So I'll put my pieces here first, get that jack all set up, and then I'll disconnect this thing, jack this up, and attempt to put my piece in. It's going to be tough getting a jack here because, of course, the pipe is right in my way. But we'll see what we can do. Also got to work around this pipe. That's okay. We'll make it work. Right. My jack, and whoops, made this little jig to go around the pipe. And we're going to see if it works. Okay, here goes nothing. I'm not going to go crazy. Just going to get it be a little better than it was. All right, got my piece cut already, ready to go. And I'm going to use some construction adhesive along this whole thing. Get up past this hanger. Ugh. Oh, I don't want to rest on that pipe, that's for sure. Get this in here. That. There we go, all set, all lagged in. I got this temporarily put back up here until I rip that out one of these days. Now that that's in, I can go upstairs and don't have to worry about popping tiles afterwards. I could put that backer board down and keep moving along. Okay, so that joist basically ran right about here. And it did actually put this floor up a little bit, not a lot, but I really didn't want to risk it. And I've cut my pieces, as you can see. I went down and ripped these all on the table saw, and because I didn't go into a ton of detail in the last video when I did that for the toilet, basically what I did was, if you have the level right here, you can see this is not level. You can see the bubble right there. So when I put these pieces on here, this ends up being perfectly level. And so you can imagine, let's say that this makes the floor level. Basically what I do is I rip from here to nothing over here, and then you have your piece that goes in here and makes this floor level. And what I'm going to do, just like I did over here, is I keep these about 6 inches apart. Basically, I'm going to go on every joist, wherever there's screws, and screw these down. And then, I guess it works out to be about 8 inches, because these are 16 inches apart, the joists. And then I fill in the gap, and then I put my backer board down, and you can see when I'm done, I'll have a nice level floor throughout this entire bathroom. And this new addition is pretty level, so I'm not going to worry about it. This is the only area that I'm going to do this in, so I can put these pieces in, I can screw them into place, and then I can put this one piece of backer board down for now, and then the plumber still has to bring his pipe up here and move this heat, so I don't want to mess with that right now. Nice. That looks pretty good. Pretty level. As you can see, I decided to speed up the process here a little bit so we can start hanging drywall. I got all the plumbing, or I didn't get all the plumbing done, but my plumber got all the plumbing done. It's the drain for the vanity. Got the pipes up here. Took the old ones out. There's a vent. This is actually a vent for the toilet as well. You can see I finished my floor, concrete board, and we have the heat in. Moved it from over here to here. Way better. Should be under the window anyways. What I did was put these pieces of drywall, these strips, in there temporarily. Screwed into those, and when I go to put my drywall up, I can take these strips out, take the screws out of this, let this heat hang, and then tuck my drywall right behind it, reattach the heat permanently. We got vents up for the laundry and for the shower. Those go up and go out of the house. I insulated my interior walls with mineral wool for sound. That's the only thing that's there for. And I did the ceiling and then put the vapor barrier on. This is 6mm plastic. I used unfaced insulation, which this is faced. I used unfaced and then put that up for a vapor barrier. So did a couple nailers and stuff, and yeah, I'm ready for drywalling. So let's do it. So first thing when drywalling, make sure everything's cleaned up and there's no trip hazards or anything. And I always start with the ceiling, and then you want to go along, make sure you mark your strapping wherever you can see it. Piece right here. So I'm going to do that around the entire bathroom. Now, I definitely don't recommend hanging this drywall by yourself, especially on the ceiling, if you like your back. But I'm too stubborn to ask for help. The good thing is I have this cut about an inch. So what I can do is cut my piece and put this end up there and hold that end, and this will support this. This will be my friend today. And I'll do the same thing with this piece, let it sit up there, and I'm running them this way. So I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to be using a drywall gun, and it has the head on here already sets the depth of where the screw should be. So I'm going to test it before I actually use it. And that's perfect. Basically, you want to just not break the paper of the drywall. I actually made an entire video just dedicated to that, how to install sheetrock screws. So I'll leave a link in the description over to that video if you're interested. But as long as you don't break the paper and you go in straight, you should be good. Now the reason I'm hanging these sheets this way is because the drywall will end up half on this piece of strapping, and that's good because that will eliminate a couple seams. The less seams that you have in drywall, obviously the easier. Less to mud. So that's half on. It's good. Measure for my piece. I'm going to leave it a little, give myself a little wiggle room, probably a 1/4 inch or so, 85 3/4. And then I'm going to measure this one too, because I have a feeling this is not square whatsoever. So it was 85 3/4. Wow, 85 1/2. So I think I will be okay if I cut it at 85 1/4. That's what I'm going to do. Also, I'm going to put a piece right here. That will hopefully help hold it up. Definitely out of square. See if we can get some screws in it. Yep. Something was just out of square. Old houses. Now to cut this fan out, I'm going to use what I call a roto zip. It's got this little bit on it and it spins. It cuts this right out. It follows the edge of whatever's here. That's what it's made for. So put my mask on because it's going to get dusty. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sweet. Really hard part is over. Now we do the walls. And with the walls, I like to put this piece up first, and then I rip the bottom one, and then put a pry bar in the bottom, pry it up to the seam, because it's better to have a poor cut or a not so even cut down here than it is up here. So that's why I do that one first. It'll be a nice clean seam or clean corner. Should be anyways. But this this house is not square whatsoever. As you can see, I even measured to try and make up for that. But when they did this addition, so this is against the wall. This is where they should have built the wall. And that is actually where they built the wall. So the further you move it down this way, you can tell how off that wall is. But I wasn't going to do anything about that. By the time I fixed it, I would have had, you know, 5 or 6 less inches of bathroom. So it is what it is. Old house, but everything else is going to be brandy new. Here we go. All drywalled. Very nice. Well, I guess it's finally time. Take care of the shower. Luckily I'm replacing that. wires back there. So there we go. Yeah, a bunch of wires and a box. But as long as I don't screw into here and I seal this up nice, I shouldn't have anything to worry about. So I need to put a nailer here because there was nothing. And these ones aren't gonna work for me, just like on that side. So now what I've found out from doing this is this is perfectly level, but if you look up here, that's where the rest of the wall is. So I had to hold it away that much to make it level, which means I'm going to have to bump these out. It's just one thing after another, isn't it? I was gonna put pieces in here anyways, 1/4 inch, to kind of get over this lip so the backer board can sit right on the tub. But now I'm gonna have to go from 1/4 inch to whatever makes it level up here. I ripped my 3/8 piece that's gonna go here on the level stud. And then I cut a little piece of 3/8. That's how far I wanna hold this out so that, like I said, it can sit tighter on the tub. And what I did basically is took a nice straight board, held it like this, and then held it out wherever I needed to with the level. And I measured that, and I ripped that from 1 1/8 to 3/8. So now, when I put that piece in, this wall will be nice and level. I measured from here to there and down here, and now it's the same measurement and the same right here, whereas before it was off. So from there to the outside of that wall is all even. And might not have been a huge deal, but one thing that would have happened is if I start my tile at the bottom, by the time I get up here, the measurements are off by 1 1/8 inches, and then I would either have a gap there or the tile would be cut unevenly. So just to avoid that completely, I'm going to put all these strips in. Alright, let's start to build my niche or shelf right here. So basically I'm limited to having it this high. I wanted it actually a little lower, but I'm going to cut this just above these wires enough so that when I put my piece in, I don't screw into the wire. So I'm going to say about here. So I'm going to make it 14 inches, but I have to take into account 1.5 inches for a piece going this way, 1.5 inches piece going this way, and then 1/2 inch, and my tile. So I should actually add about 1/2 inch here. And I can cut this one, frame it up. cut. There we go. All insulated. Just as a note, this is not a new tub, obviously. It's pretty gross right now, but I'm going to have it refinished. But I want to do that last, after my tile and everything in this room is done. That'll be the last thing, because I'm going to step in this and make a mess. So there's a couple ways that you can waterproof a shower surround. What I used to do is use this stuff, Wonderboard. I used to use 1/2 inch Wonderboard, put it on there, and then fill the seams in with thin set. And then you take a waterproofing material, it's kind of goes on like paint to form a membrane, a waterproof membrane. But this stuff came out not too long ago. This is called Weedy Board. This is the whole Weedy system. And I'm not sponsored by Weedy, by the way, but this is the whole system. You basically put this stuff on with screws that have little like washers here. In between the seams, you use this joint sealer, and in the corner, you seal it with corner trowel. And I'm gonna need another putty knife, another flat putty knife for the flat seams. But the thing that I love about this stuff is it is so light. Dealing with this 1/2 inch concrete board is a pain, and cutting it really stinks. And you shouldn't cut it with a circular saw, but that's the easiest way, and the dust is really bad for you. So yeah, I'm excited to use this stuff. So here we go. Just so happens that my tub is 5 feet and these panels come 5 feet. So let me see if my first piece is gonna fit. Just dry fit it in here. Just gotta shave it down just a little bit. So another great thing about this stuff is you can cut it with a utility knife. Super simple. I'm just gonna shave this a little bit because it's almost fitting. I know the width is good, but I want to just cut out a little piece of the corner so that this will sit down over the tub lip, just like it did. And do the same thing on the other side. Now the next thing I'm going to do is run a bead of the sealant down the edge of this. See, as you can see, it's like foam, and then on both sides it's this waterproof membrane. Pretty cool stuff. Now, I'm not going to be shy with this stuff because this is what's going to make the waterproof seal. I also measured for my niche, which is what this is called, basically a shelf. So I measured this corner, and then afterwards I can cut it out with a keyhole saw. I also marked where these wires are. There's wires in here, so that I don't screw into them. That's important. So light. Oops. Okay. Make sure it sits right down on there. Also, don't forget to mark your studs, because I did. So now, this is the system that holds it on. It's just a screw and a washer that sinks right into this stuff. kind of like that, and put my screw in. Perfect. And then you seal that up afterwards too. So I'm going to get my screws all along the bottom, and then I can fix this bead. Now you want to put these things about every foot. Oh, I'm going to screw this off. Now on the bottom you can run that bead of sealant. Make sure there's plenty there. And if there's not enough, add some. You just want to make it so that your tile covers that sealant. So don't go too crazy. I want it to look a little something like this. Now if you weren't able to get over that lip and you have kind of a big gap here, they do recommend using this tape. So load it up with the sealant and then roll this tape out. 47.5. And off the wall. 18.1/8. So you can cut this thing a lot of different ways, but a utility knife is the cleanest and easiest. I'll measure for my next piece, and you can cut this stuff just like drywall. You just score one side, and you can snap it. This side. That's it. Easy peasy. Now before you put that piece on, I want to put a nice thick bead of the sealant on there. Don't forget to mark your studs. Crush that down, squeeze some of that sealant out. Do the hard side first. Not really hard, but I measure 13.5. Off of here. Measure this. I could take that piece of plastic off of the shower valve, but since this doesn't have to be exact because the cover is very big, that's fine. I'm going to cut this with a knife. Probably use a hole saw if I wanted, but this will work just fine. Test a bit of that. That is perfect. Put a bead of sealant here. And I'm going to put a nice thick bead right in the corner where these pieces are going to meet. on. Crush that bead a little bit. Now I can do the same thing on that side. Now all I'm doing with the extra sealant that comes out is I'm just kind of cleaning it up, and I'm going to revisit this later because we want to seal these seams nice afterwards. But for now, just clean it up so we don't have an issue later. We don't have a big glob of sealant there. So with this niche, as they call it, or shelf, this is a 2x3 wall. So I couldn't find a 2x3 niche pre-built, which would be the best way to go because it's 100% sealed already. You just pop it in and then do the weedy board around it, or weddy. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Call me out in the comments if you want. So basically, I made my own, and I'm gonna do weedy board around the whole thing, and I'm just gonna seal it up real good so it doesn't leak. But this is drywall, so I'm not gonna be able to get any screws in there. So I'm going to use some construction adhesive, and then the other pieces of weedy board will help hold this in. So as an extra precaution, I'm going to load this up down here with this sealant. I take that same piece that I cut out of here, push that right back. Do my top piece here. Might as well seal it. And I'll seal it here. Do this bottom piece, load it up. Side piece. Basically the same thing every time. Wherever there's an edge, use this stuff. So here's my plan. I'm just going to seal the crap out of this, just to make sure we got no leaks. So let's start with applying a nice big bead of this on all the corners. And another place you need to do this is on all the grommets that you put in with the screws. So make sure put plenty there, and then right here, and then just more here because I'm going to use that weedy tape like that. I'm going to need some on the top for it to stick to. Basically, this whole thing, what I'm really worried about is the bottom part of this. That's my main concern. load it right up. And then take my putty knife, spread it out. Make sure all of this is coated. Another thing I'm gonna do when I go to do this tile is I'm going to pitch the tile down and seal the grout and put silicone in the corners. So anything you can do to prevent water from going into the walls is what you want. I also don't want to load this up so much that there's a big hump in the shelf. I'm just going to do this nice and even. I'm going to use this stuff. Just like this. That's why I spread that out so much, so this can stick to it. Squeeze some of that out. I want to do the same on the back side, but I'm going to put a small bead right here. So that this sticks to that, creates a seal. Smooth that out. I'm going to put some corner pieces in. Make sure I got enough stuff here. Wherever water is going to tend to pool up, that's kind of where I'm putting this stuff. I'm sure I'd probably be fine with just the caulking, but just in case. And another one on this side. And I think they make these corner pieces, but I just don't have any. I think this is going to be fine. So that looks nice and sealed up. Now I'm going to go along and put that sealant on all these washers and seal all these flat seams. You can use this tape if you want to. I'm just going to use that sealant. I'm going to put a nice thick bead in the corners. The corners is really where you want to put a nice bead, and along the bottom. Now that the backer board's all set, I got 1, 2, 3 pieces of drywall to do, and then we're gonna mud this up, mud and tape it. So let's get going. So you can see my drywall ended up even with this. I did that on purpose. There's 2 ways you can do this, and I always used to add a couple studs so it would come out to here, and then you could wrap your drywall around and then do baseboard like this. But since this is such a small bathroom, I wanted to keep it back. Plus I think this is a nice sleeker look, and I'm gonna fill this in with mud wherever I need to, and then I'll end up just caulking that in and taking my baseboard and returning it to itself right here. So it'll be a nice edge. And I think that'll look nice. So now I got to do these corners, and on this one, I'm gonna do a normal corner, which is this stuff right here. It's called corner bead. And it basically goes like this. I already have my mark here, and I'm just gonna show you how to cut this stuff. Real easy, just some tin snips and cut it there and cut it there. Oops. And then you can take this piece, kind of wiggle it off, and then you line up your corner and put it on just like that. And to attach it, I use drywall nails. And one little tip, you don't want to really push on this. You want to have an edge that's higher than this, so you can fill that with mud, so it covers this and any of your seams. But you also want it to be even with whatever you put on this side. Now on this side, what I'm going to use, you might think it's the same thing because it looks the same, but on this side, it looks like this. So what I'm going to do is fill that with this sealant and then press it into place and just nail it from this side, and it'll be watertight on the other side. And that way I can still get my mud in between the two and make this a nice finished edge. I stopped it right here, and then I can fill that down there. And then on this side, the tile will come up to the edge of this. Nice. Mudding and taping drywall is not that easy to teach. You basically just have to do it over and over again, but I can give you some tips. My biggest tip is probably that the more you put on the wall, the more you're going to have to sand. Meaning if you put it on real thick, to make it look nice, you're going to have to sand it down. And sanding is awful. I hate sanding. I usually do lots of coats and do it real thin. And the first coat I do is with this stuff, Durabond 90. The reason I use this is because it dries really hard. And the thing about that is you can't sand it, but it's good for preventing cracking, and it's just a really solid first application. So when you put your tape on, you put this on, and you have a much less chance of things cracking when stuff starts moving and temperatures start changing. And then after that, I've been using this stuff, USG with dust control, but also sometimes I use this, and I call this blue top. There's green top by the same company that it's just a little heavier, and a lot of professionals like to use that. I like to use this because it's much lighter and it goes on smoother. The only issue is that sometimes you get air bubbles, so you just got to be careful and go slow with it. So like I said, it's really hard to teach, but I'm going to give you some tips, and then I'm just going to go to town mudding this thing. So let's go. So before you even start your initial tape coat, you want to go along, make sure the drywall doesn't have any imperfections in it. If you have stuff like this that happened during the install, you can just take a knife and cut it out. You don't want anything kind of protruding too much from the drywall, because that will give you issues when you go to mud and tape. Things like if you put a screw in and you missed a stud and you have this paper sticking out. This isn't too much of an issue because it's in a corner, but still, if it wasn't, you're gonna want to take a hammer, just kind of tap it in and indent it so that when you put your mud over it, it'll be underneath the mud and you won't have paper sticking up past it. You want to go along and right here you can see I missed the stud. Same thing, you tap that in. The screws, the ones that didn't go in all the way, you can either take them out or just smack them in like that. Same with this. Just like that. Now, as far as tape goes, this is very typical paper tape, which you can use on the seams, but I only use it for the corners. I just fold it like this and roll it up in the corners. What I use on the flat seams is this mesh tape. And I like using the mesh tape because you can just, it has like a sticky back to it that you can just stick on the wall and then rip it off. And then you can mud right over that. So before I mix up any mud, I'm gonna do this on all the flat seams. Another tip for you is use a nice clean bucket, because if you use one that has stuff in it, you're going to get a bunch of chunks in the mix and you don't want that. It's just going to cause you a bunch of headaches. So, dump your stuff in. Only pour in the amount that you think that you're going to need to use, because this stuff kind of dries a little quick. I think that's perfect. And this is a great tool if you're doing this. It's a mixing wand. If you don't use one of these and you try to mix it by hand, you might not mix it well enough and you'll get chunks and dry spots and it's just going to be bad news. So highly recommend this if you're planning on using Durabond. Then you add water, mix it up. Add a little water at a time. I don't want to mix this too loose, but you can always add more. All right, now that this is mixed, we're kind of on a time crunch because it's going to start curing right away. So I like to get the stuff off the sides and then mix it in. Now, some people use what's called a hock, which is basically this big square platform that you can put your mud on and just use your 6-inch taping knife. I like to use this. This is the 14-inch, and that way I can put my mud on here, have plenty of it, and grab it and do my thing. And then if I need to, I can use the 14-inch to smooth it out even more. Some people also use a bucket that holds a bunch of mud, but this is, you know, it's all preference, so whatever you want to do. So let's do some mudding. Trust me, you're gonna get this all over yourself the first time you do this, so don't worry about it. So mudding a seam, as simple as this, is nice and easy. You take just a little bit of mud, like this, and fill it in. And your goal for the tape coat is to just cover the tape and leave no big edges anywhere on the drywall. Because like I said, you cannot sand this stuff. So that's it for a flat seam. Let's do a corner. So corners are a little trickier. So we're just gonna do a small section here. So you wanna take your mud, and if you have a gap, like I do, because my house is not square whatsoever, you wanna fill in that gap as much as you can with the mud. Something like that. And then you want to make sure both sides you have some mud, because you want that tape to stick to it. And then you take your tape and you make a seam like this. Stick it up there. Doesn't have to be perfect in the corner there, because you're going to put another piece this way. Stick it up there like that. And then all of that extra mud behind the tape, you want to kind of squeeze out. And that's what's going to make the tape stick. A little air bubble there. There you go. Both sides. And that looks pretty good. Now, outside corners like this are really easy. You just want to take some of your mud and load it up. And basically what you're doing is you're using this as a guide to tell you whether this is even or not. So you just want to load that up. With your 6-inch knife first, especially if you're doing Durabond, because you don't want anything to stick out. And then this is what I mean by being able to use my 14-inch. I can just swipe it up, and that's good to go. Don't want to forget screw holes. Just take a little mud, wipe it nice and clean. Okay, it's been about 24 hours. I didn't need to wait 24 hours, but just so happens I'm out of work and now I can work on my bathroom. So this is kind of what it should look like. Got all the tape on there. This is called the tape coat. And then the next coats are first coat, second coat, third coat, however many you do. And before you start the first coat, you want to go along and scrape down any of these high spots, any of the little cuckas that you got there. That way they don't get caught up in the mud and make a mess. And I want to clarify, you could sand this stuff, but what ends up happening is this is harder than the paper, and you sand it and then all of a sudden the paper starts coming off. So just a little clarification when I said you can't sand this stuff, but it is way better for preventing cracks, and it's just very solid. And if you wanted to get this done really quick, they have stuff that's not like this pre-mixed. It comes in a powder just like this stuff, and there's like 90, 60, even 20, and I don't know, maybe even less than that, and that means it gives you 90 minutes of working time, 20 minutes of working time, whatever, and then it'll dry really quick or cure really quick, and then you can put another coat on and another coat on. You can probably get 2 or 3 coats in a day and then sand and be done. But I just like this stuff and the way this is working out. I'm just, you know, I have the nights to do this, and I'll mud it, let it dry. Next night, do another coat and another coat. So like I said, mudding is really hard to teach. So basically on the first coat, this is the tape coat. Remember, on the first coat, you just want to cover the tape. And in places like this, where it's kind of funky, you might have to load it up a little bit more, but you don't want to put too much on, because remember, the more you put on, the more you have to sand. So lots of coats, lots of light coats. So I'm just gonna go ahead, do first, second, and third coat, and scrape in between, scrape all the high stuff, and that's it. I think it's time for a time lapse. First coat is done. Spoiler alert, I am not the best at mudding, but I can get the job done. So I'm gonna go around and scrape down all this high stuff very carefully. And you'll notice I only did one side of each corner. Some people do both sides and then they use a corner trowel to smooth it out, but I like to do one side at a time. That's just a preference. You can do it the other way if you want. But now on the second coat, I'll spread the mud a little further than this. And the idea is to kind of make a nice long taper for the mud to make it look like this wall is all one piece when you look down it. So I'm gonna clean my knives off, get some nice clean knives, and do another coat. Second coat done. Time for third coat, but first, same thing. Scrape down the highs, these little streaks, and again, not the best mudder on the face of the earth. I'm no Paul Peck drywall tube, but go around and just scrape off any of these puckas. And what I like to do on the third coat is on these flat seams, I'll just run a nice light coat over everything, and then in the corners, since I put a nice coat over each side separately. I'm just gonna go along and look for any kind of imperfections that I might see and mud them up. And on stuff like this, I like to taper the edges. I'll just run some mud down like that. And yeah, I'll let that dry and it'll be time to sand. All right, third coat is done. And it just so happens that the electrician was available, so he hooked up the power and my awesome fan. I know I should have waited, but I'll lower it, sand it, and then paint everything. But that's all hooked up. Third coat is done and I'm ready to sand. The worst part about mudding. It helps to have a big light like this, really bright light to shine, so you can, and at this angle too, where you kind of want to point it across any of your seams so you can really see what you need to sand. I like using sanding sponges like this. This one's in rough shape, but basically all you want to do is smooth out the edges, take out all the big stuff like this. It doesn't take much. Lightly sand that, make a nice edge. You want it to look something like that. And you can just kind of put your hand over it and feel that it's smooth, and you can shine a light this way and see all the imperfections and sand them out. And there's probably going to be spots after, you know, I sand this and paint it, but then that's when you do touch-ups, because I'm going to prime the whole thing first before we put the wall color on, and then we can do touch-ups after that. So let's get dirty. Let's sand away. All right, we're all sanded out and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I don't think there's going to be many spots. This is kind of the finished product. The only seam I'm not happy with is this one here, which I might have to touch up, or I'm gonna have to touch up. But everything else looks great. So my plan now is I am gonna prime everything with ceiling paint, basically. But this is paint and primer in one. It's flat. So basically everything's gonna be white for now. And I'll probably do 2 coats on the ceiling just because that'll be done. The ceiling will be done, and then do 1 coat on all the walls. And we'll be looking good here. Well, one thing is for sure, it is a lot brighter in here, and you can really tell how nasty this tub is. Luckily, I'm getting somebody to refinish it, but we're all painted up, all primed anyways. Obviously you can see like the purple behind the white. Still, you know, needs wall color, but I did 2 coats on the ceiling, so the ceiling's all set. Came out good. But now we're gonna do touch-ups. Now, it's not the easiest to find where you need to touch up, so I recommend having a big, maybe halogen light. Face it this way with the seams of the wall and wherever you mudded. Or if you feel like being a nerd like me, you can use a headlamp. So I'm gonna take some of my mud here, and because this drywall mud is white and the walls are white, what I'm gonna do is a little trick, and I'm gonna take some chalk that goes in a chalk line. And I actually made a video on this before. I used red chalk before because that's what I had on hand, but using blue chalk is much easier to cover up after it's painted, whereas the red might bleed through a little bit. So I'm going to carefully mix this up into my mud. Very carefully. Now I have a nice slightly tinted mud, so that way when you go to sand this stuff afterwards, you're able to see where the patch is. And if I do that, now when I patch that, you can start to see those bubbles being covered up. So I'm just gonna do that, go around the whole bathroom and do my touch-ups. Okay, so I was gonna wait to do the finish coat of paint, but you know, with the vanity not being here, and I can get this toilet, I can get paint on that toilet and not have to worry about it because I'm putting a new one in. The tub's not finished yet, so I might as well do the wall color right now. And this is what the wall color is going to be. It's like a grayish blue. It's on the lighter side. And my tile is going to be gray, so I didn't want to go too gray, so I got the blue tint in there. So I'm just going to go ahead and paint these walls. Paint is done. I did 2 coats of this. It's a nice color. I like it. I think it's going to look good with the light gray tiles and the white tub and the white door. It's going to be more white than that. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Today is an exciting day because it is floor tile day. So I'm gonna start by cleaning up everything. I'm gonna leave the toilet there for now, but that is gonna go away for at least 24 hours. And then I'll tile under there, tile up to the door, and tomorrow I can put the toilet back. I'll grout the tile around the flange, the toilet flange, and I'll pop the new toilet on and grout the rest of this. But I'm gonna start by cleaning up this floor and taking some measurements. So before I start, what I want to do is see how square this bathroom is. And I know already that it's out of square, but we just want to figure out what we have to do here. So I'm going to take my tape measure put it down here, and then measure to this wall, and that's going to be about 100 1/4. And then I want to go over to that wall and then measure to the other side, and that is going to be 101 1/4. So what that means is, instead of putting my tile even against that wall, and then when you get over here, you're an inch off from here to here, what I'm gonna do is over here, before I even start, is I'm gonna put the tile tight there, and then over here, I'm gonna leave it an inch away, because I can hide that way better behind the heat than I can when you first walk in here. So here's the tile that I'm using. And I'm gonna do this in kind of a hardwood floor pattern, where I'm gonna lay this one, put another one here, and then have the other one start like here, and then another one start here-ish, kind of like a random pattern, like you would do with a hardwood floor. So what I like to do before I even start mixing up mud or thin set to put these down is I like to get my first couple pieces cut, so that way I'm ready to roll. So I'm gonna line this up. I'm gonna put my first piece against the tub. I always like to start against the tub because you can get a nice tight tile here, and then you can hide the cut under the baseboard or the vanity, however it works out. So I'm gonna mark for my pipe right here and here, and then measure the wall. So about 1 5/8 to do it. So now I mark my 1 5/8 here, and that's gonna be my very first cut of the bathroom tile. Now it's gonna work out with my next piece. I'm not gonna have to cut because I'm gonna get past this pipe. So I'm in my basement and I got my tile cutting station set up. I got plastic down, and this is a cobalt tile saw, just a tabletop saw. Basically you fill it up with water. It has a blade right there, and the blade scoops up the water. And cuts the tile. So I leave a box of tiles next to the saw so I can take measurements, and instead of lugging tiles up and down the stairs, I'll just take one from here, mark it, and cut it. And before I cut this circular piece for the pipe, I have a tile that I measured for that far wall next to the heat, and I'm just going to show you how to make a very simple cut with this saw. So we'll just line the tile up. Sometimes these have lasers like this that show you where your blade is going to end up, which is nice because if you hold this up, that water is going to splash right on you. But you also have to be able to see that line. I'm not a huge fan of the laser, so I'm just going to do it this way. It's a good idea to wear safety glasses because pieces of these tiles can chip up and get in your eye. It's happened to me before, so safety glasses are definitely a good idea. So here we go. Just turn the saw on and just push it through nice and even. That's it. Prepare to get a little wet when you're doing this. That water splashes everywhere, but that's a pretty good cut. Sometimes at the end they chip out like that, and that's why I like to have the finished piece on this side of the blade, because typically that's what happens on the other side of the blade. If you go real slow, that won't happen, but that's all right. This is going to be used for a cut. So save this and always use the finished edge for your next piece. And then I can cut down here and that'll be less waste. But I have my piece now. That's how you make a very simple straight cut with the tile saw. Just wanted to mention a couple things before moving on here. First, you can use this guide that comes with the table saw or with the wet saw, and it works just like a table saw, where you set it up here to whatever size you want the tile, and then you can run this through and it'll make a nice straight cut. The reason I don't use it is because this tends to bind up, and I hate having this here when this binds up because I have to shut the saw down and take this off and realign it, and it just causes more issues, I find, for myself. It might work better for you, but that is the reason that I don't use it. But you can also use this to make 45-degree angle cuts, where you can set this up with it and run the tile through the saw like this. And you can change that to not only do 45s, but different angles. But again, I like to do it freehand. Just got to be careful. Obviously, watch your fingers around that blade. And another thing is they do have saws that aren't like this, that they basically have a little diamond wheel that you take the tile and you press down and it scores a line, and then you snap the tile. But I'm not going to use that for these tiles because they are pretty thick. You can see. Now this tile is one that I'm going to be using for the shower, and you can see the difference there. And I could probably use that one here. In fact, I might try. But for the floor tiles, these are just too thick. I don't think they would snap very well. One tip is make sure your tile is dry before you go installing it. What can happen on the back side here, if this is wet and you mix up your thin set, you know, basically the cement that holds it down, and if this is wet, you can create what's called a water bond. So if you put your thin set on here, it'll make this very tiny gap between the tile and the cement, and the tile could not adhere properly and could just pop right up. So make sure they're nice and dry before you lay them down. Now this one's going to be a little more tricky because I'm going to have to run the blade straight in and then just kind of keep taking chunks out of this. You just have to do what you can to make this cut. Break the tile off and then just clean that edge up with the saw, or even with something like this. It looks pretty good to me. See how we did? Oh yeah, that is perfect. Very nice. Now that small piece that I cut is going to go right over here. So I just got a notch out for the pipe. Okay, so I marked 1 inch off of this wall. Remember, we want to push the tile 1 inch that way because of how out of square it is. This is exactly where I'm putting my tile. And then this one is my reference line, in case I cover that line up with the tile. Okay. Now I can put all my tiles in. Starting with this one. Again, I'm just putting these in. I'm not mixing thin set yet. Nice. And I'm just guesstimating these gaps. I've done this enough times where I don't really need to measure it in order to get a pretty good idea where these go. And there's play with the cuts on both ends anyways. So that is my first row. Just about where that's gonna go. Now for this piece, you can see I have this edge on the tub that I'm gonna have to contour my tile to. And the way I'm gonna do that is with this really cool contour tool. So I'm gonna hold this edge along the tile where it's gonna go, and then this tool is gonna mark exactly where it's gonna get that exact contour so I can mark it on my tile. And I put this where I want it, hold it nice and even. There we go. Now I can go cut that, and hopefully that'll be a perfect match for the tub. See how we did. And that is perfect. That's a nice start. That's 9 cuts that I've made that I won't have to make while the thin set's drying up in the bucket. And less trips up and down the stairs. I can just lay those all out and then continue this way. So that's a good start. I love the pattern. I love the tile. I think it goes awesome with the color on the wall. And it'll look great when this is white. But yeah, I'm gonna mix up some thin set and lay these down. This is the thin set I use, Versabond. You gotta make sure on the bag that it says adheres to whatever you're adhering to, concrete board or plywood, whatever the case. Try not to breathe this stuff in. I don't think it's very good for you. Add my water. Mix it up with my bit. That is about the consistency that you want for your thin set. Not too dry, not too wet. And then there's a couple other things that I'm going to be using. These are the spacers. I'm using 1/4" tile spacers. They look like this. And I'm going to be using this leveling system. These things, you can see here, they go under the tile, and then they have this little wedge that pulls the tile up and makes them even. I don't do floors, especially unlevel floors. Like this one's a little out of whack, because it's an old floor. So I never do floors like this without these. And you can reuse the wedges, but you can't reuse these. So I have a huge bag of wedges. And this is what the system is. Wedge goes in there, pulls the tiles tight. So when you lay your thin set down, you could do it one of 2 ways. You can just scoop it out and lay it on the floor. But what I like to do is called back buttering the tile. So just take this stuff, and I'm using a 1/2" notch trowel because I want a lot of thin set on here so that I can move these tiles wherever they need to go if the floor is uneven from tile to tile. Just lay this stuff right on here. I like to put it on the tile like this because I know that'll get good coverage, and it's harder to get under the heat with this thing. You take your trowel, Doesn't have to be perfect. You just got to make sure that you have enough thin set everywhere. Okay, we're going to lay our first tile down, just like this. Cool. Clean up any thin set you can off of the top of the tile and the sides. Okay, I'm just going to sit that there until I get another tile laid. So I want to pull the tile to the lines on my 1/4 inch spacers. I'm going to take one of these things and run it underneath like this, and then take a wedge and wedge it in there. Wiggle that around a little bit, and what that does is brings these tiles nice and even at the top here. And before I even lay my next tiles, I like to put them in right in the edge like this. My leveler right here. Put this little tile in. So the next piece is going to land right here. So I'm going to put one of these right here and one right here. This next piece in, oh, like this. Spacers. Lock those in. Those right there. And one right here. You're gonna end up using a lot of these if you use this system, but I'm telling you, they're awesome. Spacers and wedges. And just as you go, just make sure this is good. Don't rely on these wedges. Don't rely on the spacers. Just, they're kind of a guide. Just make sure your tile's even. Make sure the spacing looks good. And that's basically how you lay tile. So you know the basics. You just keep doing that. Do your cuts. Lay the tile right out. So I'm gonna set this up and do a time lapse and go to town. Okay, it's been about 24 hours. That's how long you should let this sit. And I think this came out great. So I'm gonna get ready to grout. So the easiest way to get rid of these things, pretty simple. Just like that, just kick them. And they break off, the piece stays underneath, and this piece you can't use anymore, but you can reuse the wedge if you ever tile again. So I'm gonna get rid of all these levelers. One thing you might notice is I actually switched the spacers. I didn't do 1/4 inch because it looked like too big of a gap for this tile. I didn't like the looks of it, so I went to 3/16 spacers, and you can reuse these spacers. I have the plumber on the way, so I'm going to concentrate on this area real quick. Just grout this up, and then he can put the toilet on, and I can do the rest of this. But the other thing you have to do to prep is, if any of your thin set came up and squeezed up through the grout lines like this, you just take a screwdriver and make sure you scrape that stuff out. And you don't have to get it all out, but you want to make sure that you get enough where when you put the grout in, it doesn't show the darker color of the thin set through the grout. So I'm going to do that wherever I need to here, and then vacuum it up and grout it for the toilet. I wish I had a hole saw to cut that tile, but I think the cap will cover that. In fact, he's putting a new pipe in, so I'm probably gonna push this pipe over a little bit more so that this will be covered. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, got my grout mixed up. The color preference is just that, it's a preference. I went with this darker gray, which will actually dry lighter, but I think it'll look good with this. So I'm just gonna do this whole back corner just so we can put the toilet on and not have to worry about it. Basically you mix it up the same way you do thin set, and maybe a little more loose than thin set, kind of like that. And all you want to do is take it and just work it into all these grout lines. This is the messy part. All right, that should be enough for him to put the toilet in. And just as a note, this is sanded grout. You don't want to use sanded grout on something like porcelain or something with a shiny finish, because it actually does have little pieces of sand in it, and it will scratch that. So use a float like this for sanded and a smooth one for unsanded grout. So I'm gonna let that sit for about 10 minutes before I wipe it down. I'm gonna get a bucket of water and a sponge. Once this starts to haze over like that, then you can wipe it down. So I got a nice clean bucket of water and then a big sponge. And all I'm gonna do is wring it out and just clean up the excess grout. You can start by doing like this. Just get all the big stuff. And then as you wipe it down, I'm gonna flip my sponge and then just pull it like this. And I just wanna keep an eye on the grout lines, make sure they look good as I'm cleaning this up. And then that's gonna haze over again, and then you're gonna wanna use your sponge again, clean it, rinse it out, clean it, dry it, and then pull it along, and just keep doing that until this is nice and clean and you just have a nice grout line showing. Very nice. You can see plumber came and hooked up the toilet temporarily. We're gonna change that pipe out and change the hose and make that hole so it can be covered with a little trim piece. And I don't know if you can tell, but there's like a little haze on the tile. I wiped it all down and then I let it sit for about an hour and this kind of haze develops, and you just want to get a nice clean bucket of water and wipe it down one last time to get all that off. And then the only other thing you would need to do for the grout is to seal it. So you get some grout sealer and basically just wipe it in there and wipe off the excess, and it's all sealed up and good for years. I'd highly recommend using sealer because dirt can get in the grout lines and make it a mess. So if you use the sealer, that's less likely to happen, although it still will. And just to show you, my favorite part about this tile job is, I don't know if you remember back before how out of level this was, but this is now perfectly level. Compared to before, this is a huge improvement. It's level that way, it's level this way. There used to be a big hump right here, and this, as you may remember, was down about 1.5 inches from here, and my toilet was sitting at an angle. And now you can see it's nice and straight. So that makes me very happy. Really happy with the way this came out. So now that I got all the tile done and it's all grouted in, I'm gonna throw this vanity in. So my plumber was nice enough to leave this pipe like that. So now I'll be able to push these out a little bit and drop this thing right down. I'm gonna have to hack out the bottom for that, drill a hole for that, and drill holes for that. So let's get the vanity in here. So this pipe is basically in the middle of 2 studs, and also what's in the middle of that is my wire for the lights that go above the vanity. So I want this to be about middle. It doesn't really matter for the pipe, but it does matter for the lights. But I do have 16 inches of play. So what I'm gonna do is put the vanity as far this way as I can, and that way it'll push it that way, but I'll still have a little nook here, which I'm planning on just putting a trash can or hiding something like that behind there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hack this out right here for that pipe and kind of set it in place and make sure that everything is gonna fit the way I want it to. Got my vanity propped up here, and I can feel that there's a bracket right here that holds these pieces together. So I'm gonna try not to cut into that too much. So I'm gonna start my cut right here. So from there, I'm gonna make this, and I can make this plenty bigger without having any issues. And just so you know, there is plenty of room under here. That's why they design it like that, so you can run pipes and everything. So that's my mark for the width. And for the height off of the tile, again, I'm gonna give myself plenty of room, 3.5, and make sure I'm not cutting into the bottom here. Oh yeah, I have 5.5 inches. So that's what I want to hack out right there. And we got my jigsaw. I'll cut this out. Sneak this back here. And line that up. Get it close. I like the position of that. Outlet and the switch are in a good place. So let me measure my center on here, 35.5, so 17 3/4 is my center. Right there. So if I look down here, I am actually dead center there. So I'm happy with that. I'm just going to mark on the wall where this is going to land. Just a tiny mark. That's my center mark. And then I can measure off of that to make my cuts. Sneak in here. And I'm going to plumb my line down. You can see that. It's almost perfect with that pipe. I mean, it's off a little bit. So I marked the height of this vanity now. And make a mark. My level line. Okay. That line is important because I'll be able to measure off of that line down to the center of my pipe. And that's 17 3/4. Pull down like this and mark 17 3/4. I'm going to plumb this line down, the center mark. Just mark it in here and on the bottom. And then measure off that center mark, 1/2 inch, which is right here. So X marks the spot. That's where I want to drill that hole. Now for the pipes, I can measure off that center mark like this. This one is 4 3/8. This way. I marked my center in here. 4 3/8. From the back of the wall, 2 1/4. Now I have to account for how thick this is. So this is going to be about 1 inch. So I have to subtract 1 inch from 2 1/4. So it's going to be 1 1/4. Right there. And I'll do the same thing for this one. Okay. We're all marked up. Now I have to get my hole saw and my bits that I'll use to drill those pipes. Okay, as it turns out, I don't have a hole saw big enough for this, so it looks like the cap to this is going to be a perfect size. So I'm going to put that center here, and I'm going to cut it out with a jigsaw. Drill in the edge so I can start my jigsaw. drill my 2 holes for the water lines. One. And 2. Now, the hardest part about this is going to be getting these water lines in. So I'm going to just put a piece of cardboard like that to hold this away so I can try to line up my hole right there. And that one is pretty good. That's pretty far away. I should be able to get that one. So let's see how it goes. Well, guys, I already tried this once and I just marked up the wall. I just wasn't careful enough. So I gotta be more careful because now I have to touch that up. But let's try this again. First pipe is in. Second pipe is in. Yep. Okay, so this is pretty level. I have to shim this side up a little bit. And then when I put a level this way, it's out, but then once it's pushed back to the wall, it's gonna be perfect. So I just gotta shim up the bottoms to the wall. Cut some shims. This is typical, especially if you're doing this in an old house. So I fixed the wall and the floor to a point that I'm comfortable with, but this is very typical, like I said. So, one over here. One over here. Go up a little bit in the back. Make sure we're still on our center line. And find studs. I know there's a stud here, so I'm going to go 16 inches right there, and then right here, and I'll just make sure there's studs there. So I'll take a nail, hammer it in. Yep, there's one. Missed that one. Missed it. Okay. I don't know where that one is. There it is. I'm just going to put 2 screws in. There's one. And 2. Check that again for level. That is perfect. For these shims, all you got to do is very carefully cut along right here. Make sure you don't mark anything up. And break it off. Well, might as well put the top on for now. Let's see how it looks. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I don't like this. I'm pretty upset about that. I should have been more careful. Hey, what are you gonna do? All right, so I have my mark, my center mark right here, and I'm gonna level that up, and I'm gonna cut my box out for that light. But I have to take into account I have a mirror going here, so I'm going to measure that and make sure I don't put the box in the wrong place. All right, so if you remember, I curled up the wire in the wall and it doesn't have a box. So the box is going to go just like this. But first, what I have to do is take my level and plumb this line up so it is center of the vanity, which is going to be right here. That is the center. Then I can take my box and hold it center. And then when I mark this, this is the actual size of the box, but I want to cut this just about 1/8 smaller. So I'm just gonna make a rough mark right here. I want to cut the smaller mark. Otherwise the box will just fall right through and the hole will be too big. And what I could do is cut this with a rotozip, that tool that I was using before, but that makes a lot of dust. So I'm going to do it the hard way and use a utility knife. It's going to take longer, but I'm not going to make nearly as much dust. I don't want to go too far in because I don't want to cut that wire. Well, it wouldn't be a huge deal. Look at that. There's a wire right there. Perfect. I'm gonna have to cut this insulation out of here too. Make room for the box. And I can take this wire and leave a little wire in there. There we go. Now, take these ears, tighten this down. That's it. Now, just to be on the safe side, I shut the power off. We're going to get this ready. Okay, this is the bracket for the light. Also might have to adjust these things. I'll hook the ground up to this. And then this yellow wire apparently is ground. Try not to scrape up my wall like I did before. Okay, ground is good. Tuck that in and get that out of the way for now. And then my neutral, or my white wire. Make sure that's nice and tight. And the hot, or the black wire. All right, I can tuck those wires in. Right into that box. Now I put my nuts on this and tighten it down. just for my own peace of mind, that is perfectly level. Nice. Okay, moment of truth. Had this electrical tape here. Hey, it works. So, these things go on. Lights. Now maybe I can get rid of that big work light. Well, since I'm done with this switch, I suppose I can put the plate cover on. So it looks like my mirror might cover up some of the marks I made when installing the vanity. So I'm going to want this to be right about there. That's the top. In order to install this mirror, I want to get a level or a plumb center line all the way up. Remember, the mirror is going to cover that, so I'm not too concerned with marking it. Continue marking it up here. Now that's my center line, 24 inches. So 12 inches is center. So then from the center, I want to measure to my first bracket at the top. It's 11 1/4 strong. So that's going to be this side. 11 1/4 strong. And then I measure this one, 11 3/8. So 11 3/8 on the opposite side because the mirror is flipped. So now I can take this 2-foot level and hold it so it's level and mark right here and right here. And that is where I want to drill my holes for my anchors. Oh, there's actually a stud there, which is good. And if these brackets, I can tell that these brackets are even with the top here. So this is going to be level. If these brackets were off, I would have to account for that with these holes. So I'll put this one in. Now we put this one in. Line those brackets up. Okay, now that side's in. And that side's in. Now we're nice and center with the vanity. So I touched up around the mirror where I hit with the vanity, and I'm just gonna, it's been a day, this is dry, so I'm just gonna lightly sand it out, and then I'm gonna touch this up. Now I'm gonna take my paint and I'm gonna do something that's called dry brushing, which is pretty literal. I'm gonna fill this up and then wipe the brush real clean so it's pretty dry. And then I'm just gonna touch this up just a little bit. And it might take 2 times of doing this, but basically the reason I'm gonna do dry brushing is because if I just glob the paint on there, what can happen is it'll flash, meaning it'll have a different sheen, and really the way to fix it would be to to paint the entire wall, and I really don't want to do that. I still might get a little flashing, but doing it this way, I think we'll be okay. Well, throw the door handles on to wrap this up. Go. Very nice. Starting to look like a bathroom now. Got my light, got my mirror, got my vanity. I love it. All right, it is time for this door to go. I got a new door, same size. It's a 30 by 78. And as a rule of thumb, you want to make this opening both for the height and the width about 2 inches bigger than an actual like 30-inch door like this is. And what I have right now is exactly 32 width. However, the height for the rough opening is about 78 1/4. So the new door that I got, I'm gonna have to cut down. But I ended up getting a solid core door. So when I cut it down, I'm not going to have to worry about filling it at the bottom or anything like that. Now you might ask, why can't you just reuse this door? Just paint it and reuse it. Well, it's really not in great shape. You can see it's, they cut it at some point. Hi, Coda. And it's just through the years, the trim is all messed up. Plus I moved it around, and that used to be where the latch was. So I'm just gonna use a pre-hung door and make it easy on myself. It is a nice door. This one is solid, but it's seen better days. So let's check out the new door. So here's the new door. I got it set up in the other room here. And this is what's called a pre-hung door. So it has the trim for the outside and obviously for the inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this trim off of here, and then I'll worry about cutting down the trim and the door on the other side, and then cutting this afterwards because that floor is a little bit lower. So my only issue is going to be that this floor and this floor are uneven. So I'm going to have to kind of notch the trim around this. I am going to end up putting a new floor here. So it is going to raise up. I'm probably just going to go right on top of this. But for now, I would like to have kind of a better looking trim. So I would like to go down to this floor and have the inside sit right here. Another thing that I would suggest is this is completely level from here to here. If it wasn't, I might have to cut this side of the trim down more. Say that it was higher on this side than it was on this side. I would have to cut that trim more in order to make this door's reveal better. But luckily for me, mine is completely level, so it's going to be no problem. I can cut that side the same as this side and cut the door even. So let's start by taking off this trim. There's a couple staples right here that hold this together, so I just got to take those off, cut the ties, and take the trim off. This is why they call it a split jam door, because you split the jam. There you go. So you're going to notice a couple marks here. I took my piece out of the doorknob hole and I marked this all up. So basically this line is where this trim is going to drop down on the tile. Then you come down here, this notch is where the tile ends, and then this line is where the other floor ends. And then when you put this like this, the line on the door is me leaving about 3/8 of an inch from the tile floor for this to swing and to have enough room. So there'll be a small gap on the bottom of the door. So I'm going to cut this trim like this, and then I'll cut this door, and then these same marks I'm going to cut on that side because the floor is even, and then I'll be able to put this back together and install the door. There we go. Now I can do the same thing on the other side of the trim and then cut that with a circular saw. There we go. Nice. Hopefully these cuts aren't too confusing to you. I think they'll make a lot more sense once the door is actually in. So let's take the other door out so we can put this one in. There it is. We'll drop the door in, make sure it fits. So, one thing you don't want to forget is taking this little plastic nut off of this piece right here. Done that before. We have a level ready. Okay. Cool. All right. Now I'll take my level, and it's actually plumb right where it is. I got plenty of room on the bottom, so take my finish nailer, nail it. Nail the hinge side. Now what you want to do is make sure the reveal is good. The reveal is the space in between the door and the trim. And just the way that this door is made, you can see the door is sitting against this trim, and I think once I put screws in here, it'll actually open up a gap right here. So I'm gonna make this door or this trim tight to the door like this all the way down, and then I can suck in the hinges on this side. So I can nail this side. Make sure the reveal's even all the way. Take one little piece out here. So now you can see a little bit better. This was my cut down to the tile, and then this is my cut down to the other floor, and that is my cut for where the tile ended up. And there is a little gap there, but I can caulk that in if I have to. That's probably going to be covered up. I'm probably going to end up cutting this completely when I put another floor down here, but for now, that's going to look nice. So now we have to secure this permanently. And what I'm going to do is shim behind each of these hinges. And I'm going to take this screw that's the furthest in this way so it'll actually hit framing, and just suck that door in a little bit and make that nice and tight. Make the reveal right here perfect. Let's check the reveal. Perfect. Probably suck it in a little bit at the bottom. That's what I'm going to do, and I think we're good. So now I can measure my outside piece and cut it and put it in. And just so you know, I was hooking onto the top of this when I was taking my measurements for the bottom there. But with the outside, I'm gonna put my tape on the floor and then measure to one of these grooves up here and cut the bottom. And I can pop that piece in. Very nice. We have a new door. So I like the way it shuts. This has to be painted, obviously, and the rest of the trim could use a lot of help in the caulking and paint department. For now, let's just put this doorknob on and we'll have a complete door. Even though I am gonna be putting a floor down here, I'm just gonna clean this up to make this pretty, because I have these leftover tiles from this floor. This is why it's a good idea to keep leftover pieces when you do something like that. So these, I'm gonna pull up and expose the super awesome floor underneath, and pull up this, and this piece. See how quickly I can do this. Okay. And this one. All right. So what I'm gonna want to do, this piece back. Remember, this is all temporary. This basically, I'm gonna have to fill this in too, because this floor is higher than this and I don't want the pieces to be uneven. Hammer in any staples or anything that's sticking out. I'm gonna fill this in nice and quick and dirty. Not even gonna measure, because that's what I do, and that's how I roll. These pieces, and this can be a pretty rough cut too, because I'm going to put a threshold piece here. So I'll just mark this with one of these. that. And then I'm gonna have to undercut this trim so I can slide this piece under. Here. And then right here. Okay. Peel the backing off and lay the tile down. Nice and simple. That's the good thing about this floor. It's not the best flooring in the world. It actually takes a while to sit down into place. So it's gonna pop up until you walk on it and it sits there for a while. And we'll do this piece. Backing and slide the tile in. All right. There we go. Good enough for the time being. Now I got this threshold that I'm going to put here, just like this, just to give it kind of a sweep up so there's not such a blunt edge to stub your toe on. So I'm going to measure right here, because that's the longest point, 30 1/8. Mark that. 30 1/8. Now we'll cut that. Go nice and easy on this. Now set this in there like that. I need to notch right here on both sides. And then I want it to be right there, right where that edge meets the tile. So then I want to cut it right there and cut this little section out. Do the same thing on the other side. Cut those notches. Now I go in just like that, and like that. Now I just gotta nail it into place. Nice and easy. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So we got the door on. We just have to do trim, baseboard. Got the vanity in. Gonna do baseboard here. Put the heat cover on. But what I'm gonna start with is this window. I'm gonna trim this out. So to start, you can see that the old trim comes out a little further than the sheetrock or the drywall. So what we're gonna start with is trimming this old trim back and making sure when I put this piece on that I can sit the trim flat right here. So that's what we're gonna start with. Let's take my shade down. Now I want to make sure there's no nails that I'm going to cut through from the old trim. Oh wow, I got dusty real quick. I'll take all those out. So you know what I'm going to use for this? My favorite tool ever. Here we go. Now to make this easier, so I don't have to cut this whole thing, if I do it correctly, I'm hoping that I can split this wood all the way up, because it doesn't have to be pretty, it just needs to be gone. So let's see. It's a pretty good start. Cool. Okay, doesn't have to be pretty, just has to work. So now this is behind the drywall, so I'll be able to get my trim on. Now I'm going to cut this. This is an extension jamb, so I'm going to cut this off so that I can get a piece up further here, and this doesn't hold my piece out. All right, we're all cleaned up. I also cut the sheetrock down below this piece of wood here, and we're ready to trim this out. So first thing I'm going to start with is the sill. I could make this a picture frame window, which means I just put trim out to here and then do trim like a square box. That's why they call it a picture frame. Just trim, 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 trim. But what I'm gonna do is build this out as a sill, so it's kind of like a little shelf. So I'll start with that, and then I'll work out from there. The two measurements that I'm concerned with getting first for the windowsill are the length and the width of the sill. And I'm going to show you how I get those. First, I'm going to take my two scrap pieces of 3/4 inch pine, and this is what's going to be used to case out this window. So I'm going to use that for reference. Basically, the sill is going to be like this, and then a couple on the side, and then one on the top. But I'm going to use these to determine my length, and I'm going to put them even, so there's a nice even reveal here. But I'm going to put them so that they're at the edge of the outside of the window. So I'll put that one right about there, and then this one right about here. And I'm going to take this combination square, and this is going to give me the reveal for the trim. This is the window trim that I'm going to use, and this is going to go here all around the window. And I want to choose my measurement, and that's going to tell me that this is going to be even all the way around. So I'll take one of these pieces, or both of these pieces, but I'm going to mark right here, and I'll mark right here. Put that back in place. I can hold it where it needs to be, and then mark right here, right here, right here. And when I attach these pieces, I'll then attach my window trim, and I use those marks as a guide to give me a nice reveal right here. Hold this piece right here, and then hold my window trim where that's gonna go, and mark this side of that trim, and then do the same thing over here. All right, now I got my two marks where I know the window trim is going to be sitting, and we'll say this is the sill. I don't want my window trim to sit like this. I'm going to hold it past about a ½ inch. So I'm going to take this measurement between those two marks, and I'm going to add 1 inch to have a ½ inch on each side extra. So that's 28.5 overall length. So I'm going to write that down. That's the width of my windowsill. And now I can take my trim, and this is all preference really. This is just the way I like to do it. That's as far out as my window trim is going to go. So I can measure the width or the depth, and I'm going to hold it out about the same, about a ½ inch. So that's 3 1/4 over there. I just want to check this side because it might not be the same. Yeah, 3 1/4. So now I know that I can cut my sill 28.5 by 3 1/4. Now I'm going to put just a simple round over edge on the sill. Okay, there's my sill. So now all I have to do is line it up where it's going to go, and then mark on each side where I need to notch it. Then I can hold it like this, mark against the wall. Same on this side. I did actually end up ripping this a little more because this side is a little uneven, but that looks great. I'm going to hold that to where it needs to go and put my level on it. And it looks like this side needs to go up. So I'm going to nail this side right where it is. My finish nailer. Make sure it's good on both ends. Looks great. Nail it there. Put my level back. And I cut a bunch of shims. So shim this up where it's level. Perfect. I can shoot this side. Or about there, wherever I can. Good. I'll just cut these shims. All right, Now do these side pieces. I'm just going to get a measurement of height. I'm going to go to the top of this window right here. See if they're the same. 38.5. I'm going to cut those exactly to 38.5. And then, because this is an old house and I'm sure nothing is even, I'm going to hold my square like this on the wall, and then I'm going to measure like this. And that is going to be 1 3/4 strong. I'm going to go 1 7/8, and then down here 2 1/8. Yeah, see, it's not even. So 2 1/8 to 1 7/8 over 38 inches. I'll write that down so I don't forget. Okay, and then my next piece, do the same thing. So anytime I say that I'm going to rip something by hand, it means no fence. So this can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. I have done this a bunch of times, so I definitely recommend you be careful if you're going to attempt this, or don't attempt it at all. But basically I marked that line, I marked a measurement up there and then down here, and then I made the line, and this is for each side of the window, and I'm gonna rip it by hand on the table saw. So there you go. Just takes a nice steady hand and lots of practice. Now I can put these pieces in. This top piece is a little bit easier because I'm going to set it on top of here because I want to make sure I have enough trim to cover all this mess. So I can tuck it inside here so I can cut this long. In fact, I want to cut it long so I can just hold it down and nail it into here, and then I can get some shims up and nail up there. So just to show you, if I held this with an even reveal, I would put my trim up here like this, and yeah, it wouldn't cover. So instead, I can take it, and it's actually easier to install this way. But now if I put it up here, it'll cover. And I'm gonna get some insulation and just tuck a little extra in there and wherever I can before I put my trim on. Now I'm going to take my combo square with that measurement and mark all the way around the window. And that's where my window trim is going to go. There, there, there. Now I can take my piece of window trim, and it's going to sit right here, right on that mark. And then up here, I want to mark it on that line and cut a 45-degree angle. Mark it right here. That's going to be the short point of my 45. I'm going to go cut this one and the one on the other side. And put my piece on. I'm going to nail into here first with a pin gun. And do the other side. Now, a little trick to doing this top piece before I nail in the sides here. I want to take this piece that goes like this, and I want to flip it just like that. And then hold this and mark right here. And the orientation is opposite. And then over here, mark this and the orientation. So now I can cut these as my long point of a 45, like this. The piece should sit right in there. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of wood glue and put it on both ends. Put my piece in, nail it into place. Now I can nail it in with the finish gun. Okay, it's looking good. Only thing missing is my skirt. That's what it's called. Goes on the bottom here, and it's basically just a piece of window trim upside down. And the way to do this is to measure from this piece to this piece, and then it goes directly underneath that. So I'll measure that and show you how to cut it. For the piece of trim that goes under the window, what I'm gonna do is cut this at a 45, like so. And I'll show you why. So you want your piece to look like that. And then you want to take some scrap piece of trim like this. And I'm going to cut this square. Now what I'm going to do is something called returning the trim to itself. So you need to picture this piece of trim being up against the wall, and then you want to put a little piece in here so it has a nice finished edge with this same profile. So what I like to do is have it, just pretend that it's a tiny, tiny piece of trim that's coming off the wall with a flat edge, and then you want to cut this at a 45 like this. So now I'm going to take this piece and cut a 45. Be careful when you cut small pieces like this because they could go flying. Make sure you have safety glasses on and just be careful. So this is the teeny tiny piece that you want, so that you can put it in just like that, and you have a nice profile and a nice finished edge. Do the same thing on the other side. Okay, now I can line this piece up. Make sure it's even on both sides with the other trim, and nail it. And what I like to do to attach these is just load this up with caulking. And I put so much in that when I press it into place, it comes out all over the place. I might have put a lot. And that way you can caulk this in at the same time. So there we go. Got my nice sill. I'm sure I'll pile stuff up on it. It'll be a catch-all, but that looks nice. Got my trim on, and I just gotta caulk it in and fill the nail holes, paint it. Awesome. The time has finally come to tile this shower. I hope you're excited, because I am. Let me start out by saying, I've mentioned it before, but this tub is being refinished. I'm gonna have a company come in and spray it, you know, sand it down, spray it. I know it looks bad now, but it's gonna look brand new when they're done. And the reason I kept this tub is because it's cast iron. It's a nice big tub, and they just don't make them like that anymore. And if I didn't have to buy a new one, I didn't want to. So I like the look of the tub. I think it's gonna look great when it's like this nice bright white. But with that being said, let's do some tile. When it comes to picking tiles for your shower, it's all preference. What looks good to you might not look good to somebody else. You can pick any size tiles, big, small, any kind of color variation you want. If you want contrasting colors compared to other tiles or other things in the bathroom, or if you want to match them, that's all up to you, whatever you want to do. Don't let anybody tell you that your tiles don't look good, because I'm not gonna, and you shouldn't either. I also made a video in this series on tiling the floor, so there's gonna be some repeated information, but I'm gonna make this video as this is your first time seeing any of my videos. I want you to get an overall view of how you would tile a shower. So I also made a video on doing this backer board, on how to do the weedy board. So if you want to check that video out, or the floor tile video, I'll leave links in the description so you can go check those out. These are the tiles that I picked out for the shower. These have a random pattern, but they're on the gray scale. And then I'm going to use this for an accent tile. So basically these are going to go sit just like this, and then they're going to be like a brick pattern or a subway tile pattern. And then I have a bullnose tile, which is a finishing tile that's going to go right here all the way up to the ceiling. And then I'm going to use this tile, a row of 3, to do an accent line all the way around. And then I'm going to also use these for my shelf, for the back of the shelf. I'll also use the bullnose to go around here. So I have an idea of how I want to do this, and like I said, just come up with a design, look online, see what works for you. I have this design in my head. I think it's going to look good. So I'm going to start on the back wall. Start with the biggest wall first, and if I start here, my tile will go here, and then the next tile will butt up to that. So the grout line will be kind of hidden right here instead of straight on. That's just my preference. One thing I want to do is make sure this is nice and level, and it just so happens that the tub is level this way, so that's good. But on the sides, it's gonna be about there is level. So I got about a ½ inch to make up for there. So that's something I want to think about before I put the tile on this wall, and decide whether I want to hold this up a ½ inch or if I want to set it down tight and then rip these ones down. Okay, so I've cut some little strips that are a little less than a ½ inch, and what's going to happen is I'll hold them underneath the tile over there, and I'll have a gap like that, which will make the tile level. So that's going to be a grout line. There's going to be a grout line underneath the whole thing here. And either way, whether you decide to put the tile tight here and rip the tiles, or to put spacers like this, you're going to want the tile to be completely level all the way around, because if not, you'll start running into problems, and you don't want unlevel tile anyways. So that's my plan. I can now start on the back wall, use those spacers to hold my tiles up. I'm going to get a center line, which is right here, and that's going to be my center line. And I'm going to grab my level, and I'm going to plumb this all the way up. That way, as I do my tile, I know that I'm staying center, and everything's going to be nice and even all the way up. There we go. There's my center line, and I continued it past the shelf. So the words level, center, even are very important when you do tile. Just keep that in mind. Okay, a couple other things you're going to need. I'm using this Omni Grip tile adhesive. Thing that's nice about this is it's pre-mixed. If you're doing tile and you want to take a break or something, just put the lid on and clean off your trowel, which is another thing you're going to need. This one is a 1/4 inch, so there's 1/4 inch spaces right here. They have 1/2 inch, they have V-notch, which is like 3/16, I think, or 1/8. But I like using 1/4 inch, especially because this wall might not be perfect. There might be, you know, waves in it or unevenness. So that will help with that, putting a little extra mastic, as I call it, on the back. And what will also help with that are these things here. These are tile levelers. This is a whole system where you have this wedge that this goes under the tile, and then the wedge goes in, and it basically sandwiches the tiles together to bring them to the same level, which you'll see in action. And then the spacers. I'm using 1/8 inch spacers, which is going to look something like that. Some of these are uneven, but something like that. And I like using these hard ones. Actually, they just came out with these not too long ago. The difference is these ones that you used to use are very flexible. So when it comes to doing a wall as opposed to a floor, the weight starts piling up and pushing down, and I've had these get crushed, whereas I don't think these ones will actually crush because they're solid compared to these. Those are a couple other things you're going to need. So let's set our first tile. So I'll mark the center of this and start right there. When it comes to putting the mastic on there, you can either fill the whole wall up with mastic and then plop these tiles on as you go. But what I like to do is back butter, what's called back buttering the tiles, each one, so I know I have good coverage, and I don't cover up this line, and I don't put myself in a spot where I went too far and I need to clean off the mastic and I have to take the dog out or something and it dries up on me. So just back butter the tile like this, make sure there's plenty on there, and then you take the trowel and just run it out at a very slight angle, and that looks pretty good. So I got my center mark here. I want to put my little pieces down where they need to go. Set our first tile. And this stuff sticks really good, so that's it. Push these over so the next tiles sit right on that. Push it lightly into place. And then you use your spacers. Now you don't want to rely on your spacers, but they will give you a good idea of where these need to go. So here's how these leveling things work. You basically, on each edge, just put them in there. I've decided that I'm gonna need them. And you just work them in there. And then I know that my edge is gonna be right here. So do 2 more here. You're gonna go through a lot of these if you decide to use them. But trust me, they're well worth it. You can't reuse these, but you can reuse the wedges. These ones I'll have to work all the way down. If you missed one, you can slide them in like that. Right behind. And then make sure that's set. So this is how they work. Take your little wedge, just put it in here, wedge it tight, and that wedge will sandwich that together and make these tiles nice and even. Same thing down here. That's it. Again, keep an eye on your spacing. In case you're wondering why I didn't finish the tub before I did this, well, I just dropped some mastic on it, and that is the exact reason why. Because throughout this entire construction phase, you know, I've been stepping in this thing and making a mess, and it's just gonna be worth it to not finish it until this tile is all set and grouted and everything. Just as you go, it's a good idea to just keep checking this for level. Okay, I have my pieces marked where I need to cut for each corner. Okay, I got my little tile cutting station set up with a bunch of shower tiles here, and here's my wet saw. It is what it is called. It's a wet saw, so basically has a blade there. You turn it on and it scoops up water, and you can cut tile with it without creating a whole bunch of dust. And I might have filled it up a little bit too much. That's okay. That's why I got the plastic there. And you can use this fence if you want. But what I find that happens, you might have better luck with a different saw, but with my saw, it tends to bind up sometimes. So what I'm going to do is mark the tile all the way and cut it freehand, basically. Want to make sure before you lay the tile, dry it off real good so that you get a nice bond with the tile adhesive. Okay, now I can put my cut piece in. Make sure you put the side that you cut over here where it's going to be hidden, and you want this to be a factory edge. Make sure my spacing's good. Now for my next row, just want to make sure I got my spacers holding this up where it needs to be. And actually, before I put this piece in, make sure, this will give me an idea of where that piece needs to go. Make sure you put that in, and then line that up with the center. I want that center to be basically the grout line. And then put your spacers in, one on each side. And that's basically what you do the whole way up the wall. Just keep an eye on your grout lines, keep putting these in, and just keep checking these tiles for level as you go, just in case something's off and you have to adjust. Looking good so far. Before I go any further, I want to take care of this shelf because my next piece, I'm gonna have to cut this because this piece is going there, and my bullnose, this is the bullnose, is gonna go about here. And I'm gonna basically frame out this with the bullnose. So I also have to cut the tiles that go in here, and I got to cut the bullnose at a 45 over here, and there's just a lot of cutting that I have to do. So instead of explaining it, because I'm going to be thinking a lot while I do it, I'm just going to film it and explain it afterwards. And yeah, hopefully you can follow along all right. Here we go. There we go, looking good. So I let this dry overnight because I wanted to have these tiles in particular enough time to set so that when I pile more weight on top of it, these don't start sinking. So I put these blocks in too. This stuff sets really good, or sticks really good, so these probably weren't completely necessary, but you know me, just in case. So this sat overnight. It's looking really good. I like the way it's coming out a lot, especially around this shelf, which was a lot of measuring, a lot of cutting, basically. And I know it looks crazy with all the levelers and stuff, so it's hard to tell exactly what's going on here, but I made it so that these pieces on the side, the grout line is in the center of the shelf. Same with on the inside. And then down here, I put this one center and then had two even pieces on the sides here. And the same with the top. And the tricky thing about this is when you put these tiles on, you have to kind of estimate where the tiles are going to be. Like you put this one on and then take a measurement. And it depends on how straight your wall is, but sometimes you have to load up the mastic and it pushes it out further. I ended up having to recut these pieces because there was too big of a gap in the back. So it was a lot of work basically. And you can see I notched these tiles around my bullnose, and then up here it worked out where these just perfectly lined up with the top, and I have a nice grout line here. And that took a lot of very intelligent calculation. In other words, I got really lucky on that. If this happened to be up a little higher, I would have had to put like a small piece in here or have a bigger grout line, and I would have had to figure out what to do at that point. But that's something to keep in mind when you have a shelf like that. Luckily, I lucked out, but you might not be so lucky. So be careful with that. Also, what I did was make sure the shelf is nice and level this way, and then I pitched it. I pitched the tile, loaded up the mastic in the back here, and then I pitched it just enough so that things won't be falling off of the shelf, but also the water will run off and not collect back here. So those are all things to consider when tiling around a shelf. And everything else is going great. These tiles are nice and even thanks to these leveling pieces, or these leveling tools. Yeah, I don't tile anything without these now. There's nothing worse than putting this tile in right here and then realizing that these two tiles are set further back in, and you try and get a screwdriver in there and pull it out. With these things, you can just pop these wedges in and it pulls them right out, even with the other tile. So highly recommend using those. Anyways, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna do the back of this with the accent tiles, and then I'm gonna move on to the other walls and continue this right up. I'm gonna move along to the side walls. I'll let that dry a little bit longer and get both of these walls up to that same point, and then continue. So what I'm gonna do is put my bull nose up this way so that I can grout this edge right here. I can grout that little curve down there. And then I'll start a full tile right here, and then cut this piece and move my way up this way. And obviously I have a pipe here. I got a hole saw, and I'll show you how an easy way to cut that hole. So first thing I want to do is grab my level and make a level line, because remember, there's a gap right there, and then it goes down to where that's going to be tight. So I'm going to make that line so I have a reference for my tile, and we're going to do some tile. Put my bull nose right here, tight down to the tub. And then just go even the outside of that wall. A nice finished edge. Pieces in. A full piece. Now I'm just going to use whatever I have to hold this up. I'm going to stack a couple spacers, and then this one can pretty much sit tight right there. Now for this pipe, I'm going to measure from here and hold it about where that spacer is going to hold this tile. And mark on here 1.5 inches. And then that's to the center of the pipe. And then I'm going to measure from that line that I made down to the center here. 3 5/8. So from the top of the tile, go 3 5/8. So this is the center of where I want to drill my hole. So let's go drill it. So this is the bit I'm going to use. This is a tile bit. It's 1 inch, and you might notice there's no pilot bit. So to help out with that, I took a piece of wood and took a 1 inch paddle bit, drilled through the wood so that this won't roam around when I'm trying to drill that, because that would be a pain. So that makes it a little easier to drill the hole. Perfect. So yeah, we did. Nice. This is satisfying. Looking good. I cut that with a combination of the tile saw and some tile nippers. And this is the cover that goes on there. So it's plenty big enough. And it has a gasket on the back that seals to the tile. So cool, looking good. Keep moving along. Now that that's nice and dry, I'm going to take that tape off, run one more row of these tiles, and then I'm going to do my accent tile. So there's going to be a row like this, and then do my accent tile here, a strip of 3. And do that all the way around, and it works out where this is going to be about here, not exactly middle of these, but that's okay. I want this to look somewhat random anyways. But yeah, really coming along now. So I'm running out of wedges. As I said, you can reuse the wedges, but you can't reuse the other things that go behind. So this is how you take these off. That's it. And then you can reuse the wedges, but those other broken pieces stay behind the tile. All right, day 3. I wanted to give you an idea of like how I've been setting this up so that we could use the shower in the meantime. Got the plastic up, and that's why I had these screws up here. There's one right here. And as you can see, there's a gap up here, about 3/8, and then it goes down, and I had to rip that last tile a little bit. Obviously the ceiling is out of level, that's to be expected. And then right here, I got a nice big gap that I got to grout. But it was nice not having to rip the tiles. But I'll fill that right up with grout. Tiles coming out awesome. and nice and even because of these levelers. Yeah, I'm really digging it. So all we got left is this one side. And then we can let that dry for a day. Take all the levelers out, all the spacers, clean it up and grout it. And then refinish the tub. Stay tuned. So to start this side, I want to do a plumb line all the way up from here. Put it right at the edge of the tub. And then I'm going to put my bull nose right on this line. Make a nice light line. And then afterwards we can caulk it in and paint it on the other side. And remember, I want to do this level line because the tub is slightly out of level. That'll be my line for the first row of the tile. All set. As you can see, I grabbed some wedges from over here because I ran out. And up here, I did have to trim that down. I had to rip it, not too much, but that'll be a nice tight grout line up there. And then, like I said, this one gets bigger and bigger as you go this way. A couple tips. These spacers and these levelers are not perfect. You can't just put them in and you're good to go. You can throw these levelers in and make sure this is level. If it's not, back them off and kind of play with it however to make the tile good for you. And the same with the spacers. Just make sure the grout lines look good and that you're happy with them. You want them to kind of be even. If some of them are a little out of whack, it's okay because grout hides a lot of that. And also with these tiles, you'll notice I did put spacers in here. Now these tiles do come with this mesh behind them that kind of holds them together. But what I've noticed is sometimes these grout lines are not always even and they can sag. Also, the mesh will just drop down just like that. And when you start piling tiles up on top of it, it can sink and you don't want that to happen. That's why I put those spacers in there. And my last little tip is tiles really aren't perfect. They're gonna be, some will be different sizes, like the width of this might be different than this. So you have to kind of make up for that and adjust accordingly. And just, like I said, make it so the grout line looks good. And if you notice something, after you put these levelers together, it's hard to move a tile like this by pushing. So you may have noticed I used the screwdriver and I just kind of put it in the grout line and just gave it a twist up or down. And I could move the tile easily that way. Just putting pressure up here and then twisting like this would push this tile up. So those are my tips. So this is pretty awesome. I'll let this dry. You should let it dry for at least 24 hours. If you can do longer, that's even better. But 24 hours will be good as long as you grout it right away. You can take the levelers out, spacers out, and grout it. So we're gonna let this dry and we'll get to cleaning it up. Okay, this has had plenty of time to dry. So now it's time to clean it up. And as a reminder, all you gotta do with these is give them a nice little whack. Try not to hit the tile. And yeah, take all the spacers out and you can reuse that stuff. all the spacers and levelers out, and this looks really great. Very happy with the way it came out. I like the contrasting dark gray. Yeah, I love it. So next thing I'm gonna do is go along, and where you see some of this tile adhesive that popped through the tiles, that's all right. I want to carefully, without cutting through the backer board, I like to take a knife and just cut some of the cut on each side of the tile. Like I said, really carefully, and just get enough of that adhesive out of there where when I go to grout this, you're not seeing white show through the tile. And there might be other spots like this where some of the adhesive got on the tile. You can scrape that off carefully with a screwdriver, and then even wipe it down with a cloth and water. So I'm going to do that throughout the entire shower, and we can move along. All right, all the grout lines are cleaned up. Now I'm going to take some painter's tape, and any edge that I want to protect, like this one, I'm going to grout this. I was going to caulk it in, but I might as well just grout it. But I'm going to run the painter's tape up this way. I'm going to put it along the ceiling, all around here, and all the way down here. I'm not going to worry too much about the tub because that's getting refinished, and grout typically comes off of the tub a lot easier than it does paint. And it's more so using water to really get this soaked, and sometimes it just does not look good afterwards. So I'm going to tape this up. There we go. I put 2 rows of tape. I want to be careful not to hit any of the paint. Even though you can clean it off, it just makes it easier to tape it up. So now we're ready to mix up grout. I'm using this Poly Blend Plus stuff, and it's the same gray color as this tile. I want to bring all the tile together, and I think that'll help. And you want to make sure you have a nice clean bucket of water. Have a sponge ready, because basically what you do is mix up this grout, push it into all the grout lines, and then you let it sit for a little bit, and then clean it with the sponge. One tip, this is going to be messy. No matter what, you can try to not make it a mess, but it's gonna. So I like to start at the top because the grout is gonna fall. So work your way from the top down, and try and pick up some of the grout off of the tub that you drop and reuse it. That way you're not going through a ton of grout. So we got our mixing bucket here. We're gonna mix up some grout. Try not to mix up more grout than you actually need. That is a pretty good consistency. It's about what you want to have. And just as a note, this is sanded grout. So if you have a tile that's like a shiny finish on it, you're going to want to use unsanded grout, because this literally has little tiny pieces of sand in it, and it will scratch it up. And also, when you clean this up from the tub, don't just go washing it down the drain because of that sand, because that sand can stay in your system, your plumbing system, for a long time. It just drops to the bottom of the pipes and stays there. So try to avoid getting any down the drain. So this is how it's done. Literally just take it and drop it all over the place. And you want to work it into every one of those grout lines. Go over them a couple times so you know that you got grout in all the little crevices, because this grout will actually help to hold the tile into place, make it nice and secure. And then just wipe it clean. Something like that, and move along. Try not to do too much, because if this starts drying up, it just makes it harder to clean up afterwards. It also might help in the corners to have a little putty knife like this, and you can even hold your grout float like this and stop the grout from falling and work it into the smaller edges in the corner, or the smaller grout lines in the corner. Just might make it easier with something like this. It'll probably make it easier at the top too. So let's grout away. Yeah, so that's the messy part. Told you it was going to be a mess. That's all right. Stuff cleans up nice. So I'm going to take a nice big sponge, some clean water, and again, I'm going to work from the top and work my way down. And basically the first pass, oh, see, this is drying up already. I might have taken on a bit too much. So I'm gonna have to work at it. And then flip the sponge. And basically all you want left are some nice grout lines. So wipe it down once like this, get it to about that point, and then go back along and wipe it down again with the sponge and make it nice. Well, there you go. All dry. So my biggest tip with the grout is not to put too much on. They say on the bag, do about an area that you can get back to wipe down in about a half an hour. And I ended up doing this entire thing and it started drying up on me, and that's okay, but it's just a lot more work to clean it. I ended up having to take a brush and trying to scrub it down and scrape it. But basically, like I showed you, you want to take the sponge, wipe it down. It should be easier than the time I had. And then just watch your grout lines, make your grout lines nice. And yeah, this looks great. One thing I definitely want to mention is you're going to want to seal this. This is grout sealer. This is the spray kind, and you basically just spray it along the grout lines, let it sit for a minute or so, and then wipe off the excess and seal it right up. You definitely want to use sealer on a shower like this. Even though the back is waterproof, the sealer really helps to keep it clean and waterproof it even more. Just a little tip there. Well, it's a few days later and the tub is done. And I gotta say, from before and after, it is a huge, huge improvement. Of course, there's always gonna be imperfections with an older tub, but they did a really nice job finishing this. Nice and shiny and bright white. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I needed to touch up. I did some grout caulking that matched the grout color right here. And I might have to touch up some edges and stuff, but yeah, did an awesome job. I actually did look into pricing out new tubs, and I just couldn't find anything like this, nothing this deep. And being cast iron, I know I just know there's a lot of people that say, don't ever get rid of a cast iron. And then there's a lot of people that say, get rid of the cast iron and put a new tub in there. But I have put new tubs in before, and they're just kind of, I don't know, I just don't like them. They're flimsy. If you don't put them in the right way, you can actually feel like the bottom move. So I'm happy with the way this turned out. Like I said, there's going to be some imperfections, but it looks so much better. And one last thing, I have always taken silicone caulking and done all of the edges and like in the niche here and along the tub, and caulk that in for, you know, water. But the more I read online, the more I am seeing that people are moving away from silicone. And the thing about using silicone is the mold accumulates wherever you put the silicone. Not on the tile, not on the grout, not on the tub, but wherever you put the silicone, it tends to get moldy and gross after a little while. And my tub lip is so far in here that the water is going to have no problem going into the tub. And I know that I sealed this real nice behind here. So I'm not planning on caulking in the bottom here at all. And up at the niche, I may use some caulking here, but again, everything's sealed up so nice that I'm really not that worried about it. Okay, so the door I got is for a tub. This has a tile surround. I did a custom tile job here, and basically the door has only a couple parts. It's pretty simple. It has a bottom track that goes on here first, and then it has two side tracks that go up on either side, and then it has a top rail that goes across the top, and then that's where you can hang the glass doors in that top rail, and that's pretty much it. That's all the pieces. So let's get to it. Okay, we're gonna start with the side pieces, and you'll notice that one of these is shorter than the other, and the shorter piece is the one that goes up against the wall. So it's gonna go like this. And yes, I am gonna have to drill into tile. And then I'll put anchors in there. If I had to do this again, and I haven't done this in a while, I've done about 40 of these probably, but I just wasn't thinking when I did the remodel, I should have put some boards in here, and then I could have just used screws, but instead I'm gonna have to open up bigger holes. And if I could line these up with the grout line, that would be great, but I don't think I can, because it would be easier to drill through the grout line than it would be the actual tile. But you want these to be evenly spaced on both sides. So I think mine's gonna end up going about there, but I'm gonna measure, and then I'm going to plumb this up with a level and temporarily tape it into place on both sides. That. Make sure that smaller end is going here against the wall. Make sure it's the same. Okay, I got my two pieces in. And before I go attaching these, what I want to do is cut this bottom track, because I want to see where it's going to land and make sure everything's good here and make sure it's nice and even the whole way. The only thing I want to make sure I do is when I measure this, make sure I push the tape in, because this track is a little loose right here. So I want to make sure that the track pushes up against that, and same thing on the other side. But you want to put your tape measure right here, push it in, and then measure to the inside of the other one. One thing I do want to mention is this tile and this tub are at a 90-degree angle, so I don't have to do anything with shaping this. It is a really tight fit, but like one-piece tubs and stuff have the lip that goes up at a round edge. So what I like to do is use a belt sander and just belt sand this edge until I get it to sit tight against the tile and the tub. Just make sure that's a nice tight fit before you go any further. $57.25. So there's a couple different ways you can cut this, and I happen to have this really awesome Evolution saw. So I'm going to use that, but you can cut it with just a regular hacksaw. You can cut it with a Sawzall with a metal blade, or you can use a cutoff wheel, like a metal cutoff wheel on a grinder. But like I said, I have this saw, so might as well put it to use. All right, got my piece cut, and I'm going to dry fit it. So this flat side goes this way, and it sits into that channel, like that. And then the other side, drop it in. Perfect. So now I want to look down this and see if I like where it is. And I actually kind of feel like I want to bring it out this way a little bit. Maybe make it even on both sides. It looks like there's a bigger gap right here. So that's kind of why I cut it right now, so I can readjust the rails and put everything where I want them to be. Basically, you can put it anywhere as long as it's sitting on a flat piece of the tub. So I'm going to readjust all this and get it where I want it to be. Okay, I made sure everything is even from bottom to top. Everything's plumb. I measured off of the back wall actually of the tub this way, made sure this was even that way. The better you can start out, the better this is going to fit. So it's worth it to take the time to get everything just right, just the way you like it. And I like it just where it is. So now I'm going to take my special pencil that I made and go in through here and mark each of these holes with that pencil. And this is where I'm going to have to drill the holes into the tile. There's 3 on each rail. And if I'm lucky, I might hit a stud, but I'm gonna have to get pretty lucky because I think it's a little further away than that. Okay, now after all your hard work making this perfect, you're gonna wanna take your pieces out and put them off to the side so we can drill those holes. Okay, now you can clearly see where the mark is for each of these holes. And I'm gonna tell you, it's not easy drilling into tile. You're gonna need a hammer drill, and you might have to wet it down as you go. You know, wet the drill bit, have a spray bottle, and keep drilling. The trick is to have really good drill bits. So this is what I got. I'm gonna start with the smallest one and work my way up to this one. And you might be spending a lot of money, but I'm gonna tell you it's worth it. These are the anchors that they give you, so they're pretty big. You can try and put smaller ones in there, or like I said, I'm gonna drill with the smallest one. I'm gonna see if there's a stud behind there, see if I get lucky. Otherwise, I'll just drill with this one, step it up to this one, step it up to this one, and step it up to this one. And then finally that one, whatever allows me to get that anchor in so I can attach these. Let's do it. Now when drilling into tile, you want to go real easy. Don't put too much pressure on the bit, especially where this hole is close to the edge. I definitely don't want to crack a tile. Just a tip, just be really careful when you drill into tile. So start nice and slow with a hammer drill. Get it started, getting it started is the hardest. Good, that one's started. I have a cup of water that I'm going to keep dunking my drill bit in just to keep it cool as I go. Whoa. But unfortunately, there's no stud there. So I'm going to have to put an anchor in. But I'll drill the rest of the holes with this size and then step it up to the next bit. Sweet. Now I'm hoping now that I got a pilot bit started, these step up bits will be a little easier to go through. Let's see. Oh yeah. Just basically widening the hole. Perfect. Next step up, 1/4 inch. Next, 5/16. Easy now. Okay, last one, 3/8. Just want to make sure, line up the anchor, and it's good. Here we go. That up a little bit. We go like this, and then go in and very gently tap it in. Perfect. I put my side piece on just like I had it before. I use these stainless screws to screw in. These pieces, rubber bumpers, have to go in sideways like this on the top and bottom. And then in the middle, there's a piece like this. It's also a bumper. I'll put that one in first. Tighten it too much, we'll get all the other ones in first. Nice. Okay, this side is all set. This is just the way you want it. The big bumper right there, and then the two smaller ones, top and bottom. Now I can do the same thing on this side. And this side is all set. I just left out this bottom one because I'm going to want to put the track in. So I have to put the track in there first, and it's going to end up hitting that, so leave that out and we'll get this bottom track in. So I'm going to take the bottom track and run this strip in here carefully, not to cut my fingers, and run it all the way down. Okay, once that's run all the way side to side, you can cut this. You might have to clean it up with a knife, make sure it's even. Just like that. Now I'm going to use this DAP Quick Seal Plus. It's kitchen and bath. This stuff says it fights the growth of stain and odor causing mold and mildew on the sealant. It's got mold guard technology. So I'm going to use that on this track. My caulking gun. And it is clear, but it actually comes out white and then it dries clear, which is nice. So I'm going to run a bead all along. Remember, this is the front of the track. I'm going to run a bead all along this right here. So I'll have a nice seal. Because we already know that this fits, so I can just seal it up and put my piece in very carefully. I don't want to make a mess with that caulking. Press it down, and if there's any that comes out here, you can just clean it up. Now I can put this screw and bumper in permanently. Okay, so we got the bottom track on, got the side pieces, and that's how you drill through tile. If you didn't have to, you're lucky. You can just drill into studs or put anchors in. Now we're ready for the top track, which is right here. And on mine, it's actually reversible. You can have this be the profile on the outside, or you can have this one. And I'm gonna have this one because I'm kind of boring, but I think it fits the look in here better. So what I want to do is measure from this wall right here over to here, and then mark it on that piece and cut it. Okay, make sure this fits, which I have, and it does. And then these things go in like this. So as you go to lift this up and put this on, just put one of these on each end. They call it a T-strap, and that will secure it from lifting off. Say this is towards the shower. Instead of it being able to go this way, this has little hooks. You attach it to the side track and you can't accidentally push this up. I don't think you could do that anyways, but safety first. Now what you want to do is hold these like this and mark that hole, and then bring this way, drill it right here, and pull that back, put a screw in on both sides. I'm just gonna hold this down, make sure it's down all the way. Hold that piece, mark it, and then you take an 1/8 inch drill bit and drill that hole. Okay. Not easy getting that screwdriver up there. Okay, here's where you got to be careful, because we're putting the glass in. And we're going to use these holes at the top. That's where it's hung from. They're the same panel, same size and everything. The holes are in the same place. So these brackets are going to go just like this. You got to take this screw out of here and tighten it down here. I would not recommend using a screw gun when doing this. Definitely use a hand screwdriver. Okay, take this screw off here. I'll make sure all the pieces stay in here. There's a little grommet right here that needs to go in between here because you don't want the screw to be touching glass. You put this here. This just like that. And then put your screw back in with that lock washer. You don't got to go crazy. And then this is the roller. So these two holes, if you need to adjust this glass, I'm hoping that I don't have to, but if you have to, you take this out and you can make the glass go up or down with either of these holes. We'll just keep it right in the middle for both pieces. Now I can put the other bracket on and hang this glass. Two more things to keep in mind is these protective pieces on the corners. Definitely leave those on because if you accidentally hit something with those, this thing could shatter, so you don't want to do that. And there's a sticker on here that says this side goes towards the inside of the shower because that is coated, and there's a sticker on each of them that show which side goes where. So this wheel is on this side. This is gonna go on the inside first. Just keep that in mind when you're hanging these. Be very careful doing this. Drop the bottom in first, and then hook those wheels right up in that track. Woo! It dropped into place. Okay, so that glass, there's two tracks up there that the rollers sit into. One right here towards the shower and one right here towards the outside. This is sitting on this one, and you see the sticker on the other side says this side in towards the shower. Now the next one has to go on the other track, so I'm gonna have to push the bottom of this out a little bit and then lift it up and drop it on to that track. A little nerve-wracking. Just it would be good to have two people. If not, just be really careful. It might be a good idea to wear gloves and safety glasses just in case you drop it or something happens. But yeah, so we'll put this other piece in. Okay. Very careful. Make sure it dropped in on both sides. You're good. Now you can take these pieces off. In the center here, carefully. And then you want to put the center divider in. Goes just like this. I'm going to measure to find the center of this. Here. And then that's where your center divider is going to go. I mark these two holes right here. And I gotta drill those out. Now this is the same 1/8 inch drill bit. I gotta drill this with very carefully. All right, got my holes drilled. And then piece in, line up the holes, put my screws in. And again, I would not use a drill to screw these screws in. Use a hand driver. Nice and easy. Okay, now you can take off all the other packing material, all the corner pieces and stuff. And then you want to just push both of these to each side. Make sure they slide nice and easy. So adjust those wheels if necessary. Otherwise, you're ready to put the handles on. Okay, handles installed. The handles are pretty much the same. There's a couple different types, but it's basically pieces that go on this side with a screw and clear rubber pieces that go on both sides and a grommet in the middle so that screw doesn't touch the glass, just like the rollers. And then typically just has a cap like this. And the only thing you really need to decide is if you want, you know, this handle on the outside over here, or if you want, you know, this handle on the inside over here. You know, it's all preference. This is how I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have this handle here because, you know, to turn on the water, it would be nice and easy to do it like that. And then close that. So, yeah. The only other thing that I want to do with this shower door, looks awesome, is on the inside. I'm going to take that caulking and I'm going to run a bead all the way down here and then along the bottom of the track, and then same over here. And then also run a bead where the tracks meet. And remember that caulking is gonna turn clear once it dries. And I have, you know, a couple little things to do. Plumber's gonna come back, put this spout on, and yeah, the bathroom is done. Wow. Bathroom is done. I am so excited with the way this came out. So many improvements, brand new insulation, brand new wiring, all new plumbing, got rid of all that cast iron that was rotting away. I have a new vanity, it's a little bigger, a little more storage, and more space on the top. And I can actually use a mirror, whereas the other one was right here, and I had a window right there, I had a little mirror on the wall, but that's all I could do. Now I have a mirror with lights and switch and an outlet. I had to run an extension cord before, because the only outlet was right there. So I had to run it all the way over to the vanity. My shower, really happy with the way that turned out, and the shelf and everything, the design of it. And I figured I did all this tile, I should do a glass door so I can show it off. Very happy with that. New toilet, fancy new fan with Bluetooth and a whole bunch of other options. Some extra shelving right here for towels and stuff. Replaced that gross vinyl floor with this brand new tile. Moved the heat from over here to under the window. So if you watched this up until the end, I really appreciate it. Make sure you give the video a like, because that helps my channel so much, along with subscribing if you haven't already. If you have any questions, leave a comment below. I'll try and answer it. I'll even leave a playlist right here that you can click. Or if you want to see another time lapse like this, you can click here-ish and check that out. Again, really appreciate you watching till the end. You're awesome. We'll see you on the next one.